Good afternoon, baseball fans. We are live here from Jimmy John's Field for day 2 of the USPBL season doubleheader today. Alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh. Alex, we were greeted with a great game last night. 2-1 walk-off winner for Patrick Baggett of the Utica Unicorns. It was a great game last night. Let's talk about the opening to the season between the Unicorns and the Beavers.
Yeah, Tom, you couldn't have asked for a better start to the season last night. The 9th year of the USPBL started off with a great game for the fans to watch last night. The Unicorns trailing 1-0 heading into the bottom of the 8th inning. They came back, had a 2-out rally before they walked it off in the 10th inning. Sherman Martin III had an RBI triple, nearly had it inside the park home run that forced the extra innings to into the 10th inning. The Unicorns are able to load it up in the 10th and got a bases loaded walk by one of their veteran guys, Patrick Baggett, to start the defending champs Unicorns 1-0 on the season. Couldn't have asked for a better game last night.
Yeah, the Unicorns very impressive. It was a tight battle, only 3 runs scored in the whole thing, but today we turn our attention to both the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers taking on the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. These are 2 highly touted programs. We talked with both head coaches before the game. Let's start out with the Hoppers. Ryan Carolden in his 2nd year with the USPBL. He's going to be making the start. What did Ryan Kutke tell you about him earlier today?
Well, Coach Kutke told me he has been really well throughout the offseason. He's going to be at 100% this season.
Yep.
Coming up as a veteran guy from last season, Tom, being in that rotation for Coach Kutke, he's just really impressed to see what he can do with his fastball and his secondary pitches. And it's going to be really crucial to stop the Beavers here tonight based on what he can bring to the table.
And we got to talk one of those big Hoppers bats, Bryant Schellenbarger. He returns for his 2nd year in the USPBL with the Hoppers. From the left side of the plate, he's going to do some damage.
Yeah, he is a really powerful hitter, one of the top guys in the league last season. Good with the average and the power, which is really crucial for guys who are trying to get to be into a minor league organization where the scouts are watching you, constantly and daily. Yeah. So having that power and able to have a good batting average is just really good for him. And Coach Kutke had some really good words about him to say. He's just really good, working hard, ready to go, being one of the key veterans on this team.
And we turn our attention up to the other side with the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. Greg Luukkonen, you remember him from last year, got to cover some of him on the mound. From Wayne State University, we talked with John Dombrowski of the Beavers. He said he's a legit arm that's going to make the start today for Birmingham Bloomfield. Sorry.
Yeah, he's been a seasoned veteran for him, Tom. Greg Luukkonen came and started off with the Beavers in his first, with the Mammoths rather, in his first year. He was pitcher of the year, and he was just lights out. Since then, he has a really good command, really good control of the game, and it's going to be tough for the Hoppers here to stop. Who were one of the top teams on offense last year? We mentioned Schellenberger, who was a key player for the Hoppers, and as well as Noah Marcoux. They're going to face a really tough customer, and Greg Luukkonen here tonight.
Well, who knows? Maybe we'll see another very close game like yesterday with 2 top arms. But one more thing we got to hit on. The newcomer, O'Neal Burgos, with the Beavers. He's going to be a very big impact player for this team. Dombrowski said it. Very impressive in spring training, and we're really excited to see him later tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Look out for him, though, not just for tonight, but throughout the entire season. He's going to be one of the key players to watch. Making that really good first impression is going to be really important, not just for him, but for all these guys. But having a really high expectation on Burgos is going to be really crucial for him, and I think he's really excited for what's to come here for tonight, playing 2 games in front of a packed house here tonight at Jimmy John's Field.
I'm excited for those 2 games. It's a doubleheader tonight from Jimmy John's Field, day 2 of the USPBL Eastside Diamond Hoppers taking on the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. Coming at you at 5:30. This is the USPBL Network.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of the USPBL season. It's a doubleheader twin bill slate between the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers and the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh. And Alex, we were here last night for an incredible 2-1 ball game where the Utica Unicorns came out on top in extra innings, bases loaded, 2 outs, and a walk-off walk with Patrick Baggett at the plate. I mean, it was an incredible way to kick off the season, and we're expecting even better ball here today as well.
Yeah, yesterday, Tom, was just a fantastic game throughout. No low-scoring affair, no 2-1 in favor of the Unicorns, but in comeback fashion, it all started off in the bottom of the 8th inning when the Unicorns down 1-0, had a 2-out rally after Patrick Baggett got on base with a single last night, followed up by Sherman Martin III, who made his USPBL debut with an RBI triple, nearly had an inside the park home run to give the Unicorns a lead at that point, but it forced them to go into extra innings, and it was set it up for the bases loaded and Patrick Baggett walking it off in the bottom of the 10th inning with the walk. And we're going to see something really interesting here today for the opener for both of these two teams here today, the Beavers and the Hoppers. I'm looking forward to it, Tom.
It's going to be great. We have some awesome teams, a lot of great talent here today. It's the opening day for these two programs, both the Beavers and the Hoppers. Our sponsors for today's doubleheader, first off, Belfour Property Restoration, Budweiser, Corewell Health, Dave & Buster's, DTE Energy, Fifth Third Bank, Jarbcon Audio Video Solutions, Jimmy John Sandwiches, Macomb Community College, McLaren Macomb, McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration, Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers, Pepsi, and UWM United Wholesale Mortgage. Alex, it's Mental Health Awareness Day today, and that's going to feature some specialty jerseys as these Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers are being called out onto the field. An amazing event today in honor of Brendan Davis. It's going to be the Just Be Foundation, and all of these specialty jerseys will be donated to that foundation. So it's awesome to see USPBL come together and be able to put on an event like this and really bring some attention to mental health awareness and everything we're doing today with those specialty jerseys and all the funds that will be provided for that foundation as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. No, this is the second year they've done it. No, last year the Hoppers wore specialty jerseys, but it's always good for the USPBL to give back to the community, and having a night like this, the Mental Health Awareness Night, always a good opportunity to give back to the community, and what they're doing here tonight is something special, and the Beavers are really honored to be wearing these specialty uniforms here tonight as the players are getting introduced here for the first time this season.
We can see right now the Beavers getting called out with a couple of youngsters per player. Let's get right into that Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers lineup as you see the catcher, Ranko Stevanovic, hitting the field. Leading off and playing shortstop, it'll be Ben Wilkinson. Batting second, playing center field, Bramden Perez, the first lefty in the lineup. Batting third, Malik Bolin in left field. Batting cleanup, it'll be Ray Hilbrick in right. Playing first and batting fifth, Christian Ortega. The DH, batting sixth, O'Neal Burgos. At the hot corner, playing third, it's Max McLennan. He's batting seventh. Ranko Stevanovic, who we just mentioned, he's catching, and rounding out the lineup, Peyton Schubert at second base with Greg Luukkonen on the mound. We're going to take a quick break as we have the national anthem coming up in just a moment here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How are they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Back here pregame at Jimmy John's Field, the home of the USPBL. It's going to be an awesome day. We got a doubleheader, fans. If you're not familiar, we have 2 6-inning contests today with a 30-minute break in between. So we'll talk about it, break it down as the contests go forward. We delve into the later innings of Game 1, and we'll talk more about kind of that time limit going into Game 2 and the situation as well for Game 2 and extra innings if we get there, considering they're just 6-inning ball games. So, Alex, let's take a look now as we checked out the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers and their starter, Greg Luukkonen. Let's look over at the Diamond Hoppers side, starting off with Blake Van Diver playing center field for Eastside.
Yeah, he's going to be one of the newcomers here, Tom. Going to be really crucial here in the lineup for Coach Ryan Cockey. Going to be in that leadoff spot for him here today in Game 1. He'll be followed by Bailey Martin over at second base, also making his debut here tonight. Going to be interesting to see how he does. Nar Marcoux, one of the key returners from last season, is over in left field. Matt Gehrig over at the DH spot batting cleanup. Brian Schellenbarger, we talked about in the pregame, batting fifth over in right field, playing in his third season in the USPBL. Happy to have him back on the team this season. He's really excited for this season and hoping the Hoppers can do well. Ben Ferguson is over at first base, batting sixth. Jake Shire over at short, batting seventh. And rounding out the lineup will be Whit Hughes behind the dish, and then Tom Maddox, both returners. Tom Maddox over at the hot corner, and then Ryan Carolden on the bump for the Hoppers here today. Carolden's going to be a key returner on the mound for the Hoppers here today. We'll talk more about him when he comes out on the mound in the bottom half of the first, but interesting to see what he does here today.
Let's take a look at this Beavers defense. Doing the catching for Greg Luukkonen is going to be Ranko Stevanovic. Over at third base, Max McLennan. The shortstop, Ben Wilkinson. Peyton Schubert at second, Christian Ortega at first. And your outfield from left to right, Malik Bolin, Brandon Perez, and Ray Hilbrick. That lineup posted by head coach John Dombrowski of the Beavers. He's been there a few years, spent a lot of time at Wayne State University, and he's very familiar with his starter, Greg Luukkonen, who spent some time there.
Yeah, he really is. And Luukkonen, looking at his stat line from last season, in 34 innings pitched, he went 3-1 on the season, had a 3.71 ERA, had a good strikeout to walk ratio, 47 strikeouts compared to 12 walks. Was done really well, was a key part of that team. In the later part of last season, heading into the championship round of the playoffs, where they lost to the Unicorns. But he's looking to get back to work here this season. I talked with him before the game. No, he tried to stay healthy and build some mobility and get some strength back into him. He's really happy about him here today. He's trying not to go big on his pitch, like velocity-wise. He's just trying to be able to stay consistent and play up to his style of play. You're going to see 3 pitches from him here tonight, Tom. His fastball will be around the 88 to 92 range. His curveball will hang around 74 to 78 miles an hour, and his changeup around 78 to 82. So he has a good mix of pitches. A local guy as well, so he's really familiar with the league, familiar around here in Metro Detroit, and is really happy to be the opening day starter for the Beavers this season.
Expecting a lot out of this crafty lefty. Spent a couple of years at Georgia Gwinnett, and as you said, he's been here before in the USPBL, but also in 2 other independent ball leagues. One, the Frontier, that was last year, and back in 2022, he was in the American Association, so no stranger at all to independent ball and professional baseball. And there's a conversation being had right now as we're set to go. Our home plate umpire, Ian Land. It's Tim Heigl in the field, and we're all set to go here for a doubleheader, Game 1 on Mental Health Awareness Night. Beautiful 80 degrees, not a cloud in the sky in Utica, Michigan. Alex, couldn't ask for a better day for baseball.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. And yesterday it was a little bit cloudy, near the later part of the evening, but today, clear skies. Couldn't have asked for a better day for baseball. Hot out here as well.
Yeah, we were down on the field pregame and I wanted to come back up here and hit the AC up in the press box. So we got a little something on the field before Blake Van Diver steps in that left-handed box. Just 4 lefties in the lineup here for Eastside, while there's 3 on the Beavers side of things. And with the lefty pitcher on the mound and Greg Luukkonen for the Beavers, that's going to pay off against those 4 lefties, because that lefty-lefty matchup always tougher on hitters.
Yeah, we saw that last night as well in the game for the Unicorns and the Mammoths, where they saw some left-handed pitching on both sides. So there's going to be a lot more lefties throughout in the league, and it's going to be a nightmare for left-handed hitters in the box.
Fans being escorted off the field, and we're going to get going in just a few minutes. Hoppers, coached by Ryan Kotke, spent a lot of time coaching at St. Clair County Community College, and already mentioned Dombrowski over at Wayne State. He's the head coach of the Beavers.
Yeah, Ryan Kotke has done a great job with the Hoppers program. Had a really good offense last season. They were near one of the top 2 teams, right neck and neck with the Mammoths, up until near the final day of the season for the playoffs-wise. So they're looking to bounce back this season. They got a lot of key returners. We mentioned Brian Schellebarter, Noah Marcoux. They're top 2 players from last season. So it's going to be really interesting to see how those guys come back here, and for many of these guys making that return to the game. So they're used to it, and they're ready to go. So
yeah, a lot of returners, which is awesome to see. I mean, you look at this Hoppers lineup: Pierce Banks, Noah Marcoux, as you mentioned, Carolden, who's on the mound for them, Maddox, Stevenson, Russ, Hughes, Schellenbarger. It's great that all these guys have that experience under their belt, being in not only independent professional baseball, but also here in Utica, Jimmy John's Field, because I mean, it's a big crowd every single day we play here, and the opening weekend, you're always going to get an extra couple thousand fans, and it's starting to fill up here on Mental Health Awareness Night. And hopefully we're going to get going here as Land gets behind the plate. So does Stefanovic, the catcher, with the lefty. Blake Van Diver into the box. Lefty-lefty matchup to start here. We're going to get started just after 5:30. First pitch in just a moment.
Yeah, all these fans are ready to go here. Day 2 of the 2024 USPBL season. All these fans are ready. They're just happy to be back out here for another great season.
Over the head goes Luukkonen. First pitch on the outside corner to the lefty at 5:35 p.m. for Game 1 of our doubleheader. 2 6-inning ball games today on a beautiful Saturday. Not a cloud in the sky. Gotta love it. The 0-1 pitch just off the plate outside. Stefanovic lets that go in the other box.
Take a look at Van Diver first. Coming in at 5'6", 175 from Alton, Illinois. Spent his time at Wheeling University, Division II school in the Mountain East Conference. And then prior to that, played at Lewis and Clark Community College, where he had phenomenal stats in his first year there.
He's going to leave that one up and outside. A little bit of cottonwood coming across your screen here. It's about that time of year when the allergies start to stack up a little more. And the 2-1 pitch is flown out to left field. Malik Bolin back a few steps. He'll make the catch across his body for out number 1. Good start for Luukkonen, but Van Diver did get a hold of that a little bit. Hit it about 285, 300 feet out there to left field.
Yeah, I like that swing by Van Diver. No, it was a good location, though, by Luukkonen, though, of where he threw it. It was just right over the heart of the plate. And Van Diver had a really good swing on it, but Bolin able to track that down pretty easily. But, like the aggressiveness early on by him, but, in his first at-bat in the USPBL season, he'll look to get better. You
got to attack a crafty lefty like Greg Luukkonen. The first pitch he throws is a fastball low and inside at the feet of Bailey Martin, who just came up to some Mobb Deep. Favorite walk-up song over the last couple of days that we've seen these guys. Martin hangs in there on the 0-1. Check that 1-0. Same spot, low and outside. 2 balls and no strikes to Martin. Playing second base today for the Hoppers. Eastside in their black jerseys with orange and green Hoppers across the front. Black numbers with orange trim on the back.
Yeah, it's one of their road uniforms.
Strike called on the outside corner. Nice pitch from Luukkonen. On the other side, the Beavers in their specialty mental health awareness jerseys with green numbers, the green heart across the front, and they're going to be auctioning those jerseys later on today for the Just Be Foundation in memorial of Brendan Davis. 3 balls and 1 strike to start out here to Bailey Martin, the second batter of the ball game. We got 1 out of game 1 of our doubleheader. Luukkonen going over the head, big cut and a miss. We're going to push full.
I like that. I like that what he did there by Luukkonen, right over the heart of the plate. And Martin was just a tad late on it. Was trying to get a little bit of a piece on it, but couldn't.
Working left side of the rubber through the windup. This one's back to the mound. Pass Luukkonen. It's on the ground to second. Peyton Schubert has time. He throws to first, and he's out. Bang, bang play. Martin almost beat it out right there, but a beautiful throw from Peyton Schubert getting it over to first quickly.
Yeah, it took a little of some funny bounces over near the top of the infield grass, and Schubert able to take his time. No, had to hurry a little bit, though, because of the speed by Bailey Martin. Just took a couple of hops over, but able to be out just by about half a step or so. You just got to be careful there, especially with speedy guys like Martin, as we just saw right there.
Noah Marcoux looks at pitch number 1 at the letters for strike 1. Wind has died down right now. Just a few minutes ago, it was blowing out from first base to left center field. We'll get dimensions around the ballpark for you in just a moment. There's a fastball way outside in the other box. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's 315 feet to left field with an 8-foot wall out there in left. In center, it's 395. That wall about 6 feet high, and 320 in right field, same 6-foot wall. So these outfielders going to have a chance if the ball just crawls over. Here's a flare out to shallow left field, coming in hard. Bolin still coming in. He dives, and the ball falls. 2-out base hit for Noah Marcoux. He dropped it in the perfect spot. Tough play for Malik Bolin out there in left.
Yeah, that was just kind of tough for him to get. It just kind of flown in just for the amount of time off of the bat of Marcoux. Bolin tried to make the heroic play, diving for it. Just fell right next to him on the grass, and those are always tough to make, and can't afford to let that get by you, for an extra base hit. So.
Yeah, with that trajectory of the ball coming straight down, I like the dive there because the ball's not going to really skid all the way back behind you. It doesn't have that same sort of speed that we saw yesterday off the bat of Sherman Martin III. That was a line drive that was played on and missed, so it rolled all the way to the wall. But if you get one of those high droppers that fall right down, I'd say dive for it every time. 1 ball, no strikes with 2 outs to Matt Gehrig. He'll take one at the knees. Ian Land up with the right hand. Evens the count up 1-1. Gehrig is the DH today in the 4 spot.
Also one of the newcomers on the team here for the Hoppers, coming from Clifton, New Jersey, played at Post University.
Big swing and a miss right there on the off-speed pitch.
Yeah, take a look at how he did. And he had really good average, 320 in his final season at Post with 14 home runs and 47 runs driven in. So he's a very powerful guy, as you could see here in the middle part of the order.
High and inside, fastball rings up Matt Gehrig. First strikeout of the day for Greg Luukkonen. We expect a few more of those from the crafty lefty. A base hit for Marcoux, but no more. We go to the bottom of the first, and we will meet Ryan Carolden in this Hoppers defense when we come back. You're watching the USPBL Network, Game 1 of our doubleheader between the Hoppers and Beavers on Day 2 from the USPBL.
We're for people. The pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
With a transforming world, we can see how
Bottom one, and the Eastside Diamond Hoppers taking the field. Let's talk about Ryan Carolden a little bit, Alex. He's spent a couple years at Wayne State, but this is his second year in the league. He was with the Hoppers last season, and Ryan Kopke, the head coach of Eastside, knows him very well, coached him at SC4 out in St. Clair Shores.
Yeah, he really had that connection with him over at SC4 in Carrollton. Like you said, coming back for his second season in the USPBL. He appeared in 13 games last season, 12 of them being starts. He had really good numbers at 51 in the third innings pitch. He had 43 strikeouts compared to 21 walks. His ERA was a little bit above 4, but he's been proven to be one of the key pitchers in this rotation for Coach Ryan Kopke, and he's really impressed to see what he's going to be doing here this season.
Defensively, for the Hoppers, it'll be Whit Hughes, the assistant coach. He's a player coach this year behind the dish. Jake Shire at third, Todd Maddox at shortstop, Bailey Martin playing second, Ferguson at first, and your outfield from left to right is Marcoux, Van Dyer, and Schellenbarger. First pitch pulled on the ground, backhand play off the glove of Todd Maddox. This ball's going to trickle into left center field. Yeah, we'll see what they call on that. Hard hit ball from Ben Wilcoxon on the very first pitch of the bottom of the first. That was a nice swing.
Yeah, he took no time with that big swing he took, and Maddox just hit it off his glove, and just unfortunate right there as it went into the outfield grass. But no, Wilcoxon, he's one of the key returners from this Beaver squad from last season. Also a key defender over at short, made some really incredible plays over there last season. So look out for him to have another fantastic season for him.
It'll be a leadoff base hit for Ben Wilcoxon. Lefty in the box, and Brampton Perez, he swings and fouls the first pitch off back to the screen.
Yeah, Brampton Perez, one of the newcomers for the Beavers this season, coming from Doral, Florida, has had some experience in the minor leagues, was a 32nd round pick back in 2018 in the Boston Red Sox organization.
He's going to pull one on the ground to second base. Fielded by Bailey Martin, his only play is to first, and they'll get Perez going down to first, but Wilcoxon will advance down to 2.
Oh, that was just a good play there by Perez. Able to doesn't really go down as a sacrifice, but you are able to move Wilcoxon over to second base without getting into a double play. And Martin just made a couple of steps back to make the routine throw over to his first baseman, and Ferguson.
It'll be a 4-3 putout for out number 1, recorded from Ryan Carolden on the mound. He's working first base side of the rubber. Just now checking the runner Wilcoxon down at 2. Malik Bolin He's in left field, made a catch back in that top of the first inning, and he'll take strike one on the inner half.
He had an incredible season last season, Tom, and looking at the numbers that he had a 326 average with 5 home runs and 29 driven in, coming in from Fort Worth, Texas, playing at the Division III level.
Flares one out to second base. Martin got to go quickly. Throws to first off one hop, and that's 2 gone. Wilcoxon can't go anywhere as that ball just fluttered in the air for a couple extra seconds. 2 out with 1 on for Ray Hilbrick.
Yeah, Hilbrick, he is the defending batting title champion from a season ago. He had an incredible year last season for Coach Dombrowski from Schererville, Indiana. Played in the GLIAC at Purdue Northwest. He hit .343 last season, the top average out of any player in the league. So he's looking to continue that heading into this season.
That was a blazing fastball from Carolden, clocked in at 96 miles an hour, high and outside for ball 1. He's going to rely on that fastball, but he's also going to mix in a slider, changeup, and a curveball as well. There's a 4-seam fastball high and inside for ball 2.
Coach Cockey said he's been doing really well in the offseason. He's been playing at 100%, throughout the offseason. Just be able to come back into a groove, and had a little bit of struggle last season, but he's able to pick it up and able to play at his own style of play, and it's going to be really beneficial for him heading into this season, as Hilbrick had a good had swung that one foul at 89.
He fouled that pitch off nicely on the 2-0. You got to go after right there. But one thing that we didn't see a lot of yesterday, Alex, was 2-out base hits, or clutch 2-out hitting with runners in scoring position. It was only a 2-1 ball game. A lot of base runners left on. Let's see if it's a little different today. Hilbrick, if he's able to clutch up here with 2 gone and a runner in scoring position. Breaking ball tipped into the glove for strike 2 right there. It's 2-2. Hilbrick walked away for a minute. I thought he thought as well.
Yeah, he thought so too. Carolden, that was just a really nasty pitch, able to get him to tip it into the glove. That's one of his secondary pitches he's going to rely on to keep the hitters off balance.
2s are wild. Swing and a miss on a fastball cutting away from the lefty. Strikeout number 1 for Ryan Carolden, and they strand a runner at second base in Ben Wilcoxon. We'll go to the second. No score between the Hoppers and Beavers from game 1 of our doubleheader. We're 6 innings apiece from the Twin Bill today. You're watching USPBL Baseball here from the USPBL Network.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARPCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARPCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARPCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarpcom.com.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Top 2, no score here from Jimmy John's Field. An unbelievable day. If you're not here right now, just tuning in, it's a full slate of baseball today, so stop by. Come on down to Jimmy John's Field. It's one of the best places to watch a ball game, Alex. I was just kind of walking around the ballpark, seeing the amount of fans that show up every single day. I remember back when I was 15, 16 years old as a young ball player, and I would want to come out here, head out to the bullpens, talk to a few of the pitchers, and just get a feel for what it's like at the professional levels. It's really awesome environment here.
Yeah, it really is. So it's a great atmosphere, great for families to come out here to catch a game and bring the family out, at affordable price, taking the family of 4 out to a game and see some really good players. So we mentioned this yesterday, Tom, in the pregame yesterday, 52 guys have been signed by major league organizations, and they don't know one day they could be watching a player and then they could get signed to an organization at some point. So see a lot of these guys growing and developing their game, and these fans coming out here and supporting them and watching them and seeing them grow and develop is really a beneficial part of Jimmy John's Field and what the USPBL is all about.
Lefty on lefty matchup to start here in the second. Both pitchers with one strikeout. Greg Luukkonen drops a breaking ball in the lower outside corner to Bryant Schellenbarger, returner from last year, heck of a hitter. I was watching his BP, deposited about 4 or 5 baseballs onto the berm out there and right.
Yeah, he really has a lot of power to him, and he really shows that at his size at 6'2", 230. Spent some time over his college days at the University of Akron, owned the Division I in the MAC. Last year hit 271. Did have a lot of power with 8 balls that were hit out of the park. So expect him to replicate that this season.
And Luukkonen on the mound did his homework. He's working everything away from the lefty. A couple of sliders that grabbed the outside corner. That last pitch just missed. 1-2 to the leadoff man, Schellenbarger, in the 5 spot today for Eastside. He'll lift this one back towards us out of play.
And when you're facing a guy like Schellenbarger, a guy you faced last year, so you're familiar with what he's comfortable with, his comfort zones, and what he's not. So if you're able to dissect him, his weaknesses, you put yourself in a better advantage. That's what Luukkonen is doing right now.
Here's the 1-2. Flare out to left field. Going back, trying to make a play. McLennan, and he snags it. How about Max McLennan over there at third base for the Beavers, saving a base hit. And you could see the pump fist right there from Greg Luukkonen on the mound as his hot corner infielder there makes a heck of a play.
Yeah, that was really tough. Not really looking at the ball of Max McLennan, just running after for it and making the basket catch. That's not really easy to do, but for him, just able to get that into his glove, and Luukkonen really happy about that and retiring Schellenbarger.
He was crossing over into foul territory. There's about 75 feet of foul ground on both sides from the chalk lines, the foul lines, I should say, over towards the dugouts and the rest of the seating back here. So a lot of room on foul balls that could be caught by the corner infielders or the catcher. Over the head goes Luukkonen on the 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball in there for a strike at the letters.
Yeah, really good movement on that pitch by Luukkonen, getting into the top part of the strike zone. Ferguson just froze on that one.
Ben Ferguson played 3 years over at Belmont Abbey College. That's a Division II school. And he'll leave that one on the outside half for strike 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the lefty Ferguson.
Yeah, a couple of off-speed pitches as of late for Luukkonen. See what he can do here if he's going to try to mix it up.
Just off the plate outside. Heck of a frame behind the dish from Ranko Stevanovic. It's really beneficial as a pitcher when you have a catcher that's able to steal a couple of strikes that are just off the plate, but he makes them look good and gets the call.
Yeah, having that chemistry is just really beneficial.
That 2-2 pitch not missing by much. We're going to go full here. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Ben Ferguson.
Yeah, Luukkonen was about to step off the mound for a second, and home plate umpire just didn't give him the sign, so I'll have to try again here.
Here's the full count pitch. Shot back to the mound over the head of Luukkonen. It's going to be a tough play in the middle. Wilcoxon fumbles, and he's going to hold the ball. It's going to be an error likely on Ferguson. I don't know. I think, error on Wilcoxon. I think Ferguson might have had a chance to beat that out as well, but you never know.
Yeah, it took 2 bounces before it got to Wilcoxon, who was maybe trying to hurry it up too much. He was trying to rush it there, but
that's a tough play though, because that ball is high, a high chopper, I should say, and he's got to field and throw so quickly. So even if he does make a clean play there, I don't know if they get Ferguson, because he's coming out of the left-handed side of the box, which gives him an extra step or 2 to get down to the first base bag.
On the scoreboard, they give him an infield single. So
all right. So I guess they had the same thought as I did, is this is a foul ball, almost caught in right by Ray Hilbrick. See, that's what I'm talking about right there, about 75 feet of space. So these outfielders, too, have a really good shot at some of those foul balls.
Yeah, I like the aggressive by Hilbrick, not giving up on the play, trying to make the sliding catch. Didn't get there that time, just oh so close, but you're better off trying to make the play than just letting that one go into the stands or just assume it will.
Jake Shire at the plate. He's playing shortstop today for the Hoppers. Shire played at Tiffin University. Very highly touted Division II. Here's a line drive, base hit up the middle into center. Holding up at second will be Ferguson. And the Hoppers with something going to open up the second with 2 on and 1 out.
That's what you guys like to see right there. Shire just sent it right up the middle. just pass over that second base to our right of it. So I like the placement of Shire, what he did right there, and sets up for one of the leaders on the scene from last season, Whit Hughes.
Really cool thing about Whit Hughes, he's listed as the assistant coach and one of the catchers on this team, so he's kind of assuming both roles. He's got a wealth of experience, as Ryan Kotke, the head coach, knows very well, and that's why he put him in that assistant coaching role, and he's the commander on the field behind the dish. He holds that bat in close towards his right ear, and he's going to take pitch number 1. It's a fastball high and outside, 1-0. Hoppers with 2 on, 1 out, with no score here in the second inning of Game 1 of our doubleheader.
Yeah, it's really cool to have a double duty like Whit Hughes, playing on the team last season, now getting a chance to be a coach as well, as he takes a big rip and miss on that one.
That's a breaking ball down low at the feet. Late bite on that pitch from Greg Luukkonen. Folds that glove on his right pec, grips the ball, and comes set at the chest. Good lead at second for Ferguson. That pitch just off the plate outside, 2-1.
I thought it was a good pitch.
Yeah, it was good execution right there, definitely.
Yeah, maybe it was a tad outside the zone, but I like what Luukkonen did. Was a good placement on that one.
2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. No score here in the second. Hoppers with a couple of men on. It's a swing and a miss. Challenged him inside on the fastball at 85.
Yeah, he went back, didn't go off speed that time. And going back to Whit Hughes, moving up into that assistant coach role. Mike Rice was in that position last season, now being the associate scout over at the Texas Rangers. So congratulations to him.
2-2 just off the plate inside, and it's a good point you make, because it's not just the players that are able to move up into minor league, major league baseball, or even become a scout. It's also the coaches as well. I mean, that's a great example of Mike Rice being able to have an opportunity here and then move on to be able to scout the next stars for the Texas Rangers. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. The pitch, cut and a miss. Whit Hughes goes down swinging for out number 2. He went up and out with the fastball and got him swinging there.
Yeah, Whit Hughes, that was just a good pitch to not lay off, and Whit Hughes went after it.
And that's a huge strikeout with 2 on and 1 out. It lets your infield kind of relax a little bit. Your corner infielders can cool back deep in their positions, and that's strikeout number 2 for Greg Luukkonen, and he's made those 2 look easy, getting Gehrig to end the first, and then Hughes right there. Last batter in this lineup for Eastside, it's Todd Maddox at third base.
Another returner from last season as he fouls that one off, Tom. Coming from Winsboro, South Carolina, standing at 6'1", 220. Played at Division II at Francis Marion University down in Florence, South Carolina. Hit .211 last season. Had 2 home runs and 12 runs driven in. Hit nearly 400 during his time in college.
Luukkonen sets that front foot in front of the back one, just misses on a fastball outside at 87. So he's starting to climb up a little bit with that velo. And I was very impressed with what Ryan Carolden was doing in that bottom half of the first, clipping at 96 miles an hour on the gun.
Yeah, he came in with a lot of heat right out of the gate.
Here's the 1-1 pitch from Greg. Breaking ball inside, nice stop from Stevanovic. It's not a huge backstop behind home plate here, and you can see on your screen there's some padding, but about 24 feet of padding that ranges from both sides of the box. So anything that's pulled out onto the brick, you're going to get a ricochet ball back to the plate. But either way, it's not the farthest backstop, and those runners from third have to be a little hesitant. Fastball outside, just misses. 3-1 now to the 9-hitter Maddox.
And just got to be careful if you're a base runner, if that ball ricochets, because if you're already on the move, you could be in some trouble and you could be thrown out. So you just got to be careful.
That padding, that'll deaden the ball, but if it hits the brick, it'll come back with some force. The 3-1 pitch, Luukkonen got a battle, and here's a foul ball. Nice swing from Maddox, and that's the kind of cut you want to have there on a 3-1 hitter's count.
Yeah, had to throw somewhere right down the middle. Couldn't afford to let that one go outside or in, and Maddox had to swing at that one. So, he had a good crack at it, but
second straight full count. Luukkonen got Hughes swinging a batter ago. Let's see how he deals Maddox here with 2 gone and 2 on. Swing and a miss and a fastball high. pump fist into the glove for Greg Luukkonen. He's fired up with 3 strikeouts in 2 innings. We go to the bottom of the second. No score between Eastside and Birmingham Bloomfield here on the USPBL network.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
When it's time for baseball, it's time for beer. Two Hearted Ale has been named the #1 beer in America for the past 4 years by members of the American Home Brewers Association. Play ball with the best. Two Hearted Ale, the iconic American IPA from Bell's Brewery, Cornstalk, Michigan. Please drink responsibly. Bell's Inspired Brewing. Ryan Carolden's back on the mound as the seats begin to fill up here at Jimmy John's Field. It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon for baseball, and these fans thinking the same thing I am. Why not come have a full day? 12 full innings we're going to get in today, as it's a doubleheader, 2 6-inning bouts between these two teams.
And you get 2 games for the price of 1.
Yes, sir.
So these fans are coming in, and they'll get to spend a little bit of extra time here at the ballpark, and they'll grab some food, grab some souvenirs.
Ryan Carolden, 1 strikeout, a couple of groundouts as well in that first inning. His opening pitch is going to be pulled on the ground to Todd Maddox, and it's through the glove into left field. Misplayed on the side hop there from Maddox. That's how Ben Wilcoxon got on back in the first on a chopper to third base. And now for the second straight inning, Hoppers have to work out of a leadoff man aboard.
Yeah, this is a hard hit ball off the bat of Christian Ortega. Maddox just going to get a really good grip on it. It just went past him. Oh.
Here's O'Neal Burgos, the DH today for Birmingham Bloomfield. First base side of the rubber working is Carolden. He's going to rely on that fastball all day. Here it comes. Tapped foul. Check that. That was a change piece at about 78, 80 miles an hour. Burgos coming from Yuncos, Puerto Rico. Spent some time at Southern University from 2021 to 23.
And he was the guy we mentioned in the pregame show, Tom. We talked also with Coach Dombrowski.
Line drive base hit from Burgos. He's picking up right where he left off in his last season of college ball, and opposite field swing. We talked with John Dombrowski, as you said, head coach of the Beavers, and he was raving about O'Neal Burgos. And we asked him, who's impressed you the most in spring training? And he said, oh, it's O'Neal. He can really swing it as he's in the DH position. If you're the DH, you usually have a really solid bat, and he starts it out right there. There's 2 on, nobody out for Max McLennan at third base today for the Beavs.
Yeah, it was a good read off the bat of Burgos, sending one out to right. And now you see Max McLennan at the dish, who made that incredible catch in the last inning at retired Brian Schellenbarger. McLennan, a local guy, played at U of M Dearborn. Also went to Warren Mott High School and had a chance to talk with him here today. His family is in attendance here tonight. They watched him make that spectacular catch, and he's just as happy to be here and able to play close to home, and it's a dream come true according to him, and he's just excited to be here.
0-1 pitch to McLennan is high and outside. Fairly open stance in that right-handed box for Max. And Carolden having to work with a little bit of an issue here with 2 on, nobody out. Back-to-back base hits, 1 to the left side. Burgos just went opposite field. There's a breaking ball low and outside, 2-1. Good eye there from McLennan.
Yeah, Carolden just trying to find his command Just threw away the baseball a few moments ago.
He didn't like that one, maybe a scuff or two on that ball, so they'll give you a fresh one all day long. Carolden slide steps on the 2-1, fouled back to the screen, levels at 2-2.
He got him there at 92, just off the piece of the bat, off McLennan. Was just a tad late there.
It's a tough pitch to hit, that upper fastball. We saw a lot from yesterday. Michael Esposito, the starter for the Mammoths, he was getting a couple guys with that upper fastball near the letters. And same as Ben Kreisen, who was with the Unicorns yesterday. Both those guys were challenged on those pitches.
They really had really good outings that set up that pitcher's duel throughout the rest of the game and setting the tone early. Esposito and Kreisen, two key returners from last season. Esposito, who was on the Beavers last season. It's going to be different for them where they will fill that void, but they have some guys that are going to step up to the plate in that regard.
That was a spiked fastball at 95 miles an hour to push the count to full. Strike three, looking on the outside corner. Clutch pitch from Ryan Carolden, his second strikeout, and instead of loading the bases on a walk there, he gets the outside corner for a big, big strikeout.
Yeah, just painted that one perfectly there, Tom, and McLennan just kind of just stood there just for a second. The umpire run him up, and Carolden desperately needed that. That's just a huge out. Now he's trying to find the double play ball.
Ranko Stevanovic, the catcher for the Beavers, fouls the first pitch away. And it's such a tough pitch to hit at any point, but when that fastball's coming in at 95 miles an hour out of the hand of Carolden, it gives you the smallest amount of time to make a decision at swinging at that pitch. And if it's borderline right there, it's tough to go after because you might think it's a little bit outside, but that one called for a strike. Here's the 0-1. Off the plate, trying to bring it back in was Whit Hughes, trying to yank that pitch back into the strike zone.
And it's really difficult as a hitter because you just have to think like in a split second, am I going to try to go after it or not? And then you kind of feel like you're in a catch-22. So if I don't swing, it could be called strike three. But if I do go for it, the umpire could say it would have been ball four. So you just don't know.
Breaking ball inside, just missing. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Stevanovic. He's the 8th hitter in this lineup for Birmingham Bloomfield. It'll end up with Peyton Schubert, who we will likely see unless the Hoppers are able to turn a double play right here.
That's what's in Carolden's minds.
Wind blowing left to right across your screen. There's a fastball just below the knees for a ball.
Yeah, Carolden was not happy with that call. He's just taking a long look over at home plate. He thought that was strike 2.
Yeah, it's a little bit low on our TrackMan dashboard here. So it was the correct call as it just missed. 3-1 to Stevanovic. Long pause from Carolden. That fastball is outside. Ball 4. So after a clutch 3-2 strikeout to Max McLennan, Ranko Stevanovic works the same sort of count and draws the walk. Bases loaded with 1 out now for Peyton Schubert.
That pitch could have gone either way. It just maybe was just a tad low. It just hit probably the bottom part of the strike zone, but umpire didn't think so, and now put yourself in a difficult situation if you're the Hoppers.
Schubert, final batter in this lineup. He's going to line one in the left center gap. This has got some fade. Diving and making the catch. Blake Van Diver in left center field. Tagging from third and scoring is Christian Ortega. Beavers up 1-0. But it could have been a lot worse than that. Heck of a play in center field from Blake Van Diver. But the Beavs up 1-0.
He read that perfectly. Took a lot of steps to his right to track that one down, making the spectacular catch. Would have been 2, maybe 3 runs if he wouldn't have caught that. It limits the damage, and that's just a really spectacular play out there by Blake Van Diver, making the diving catch.
It's in his name, you know. Here's a little flare to first base. Gobbling it up is Ben Ferguson. He'll touch onto the bag. And with 1 out and the bases loaded, Beavers only able to get 1. Blake Van Diver with a huge run-saving play in center field. We're headed to the 3rd. 1-0. Birmingham Bloomfield on top of Eastside. You're watching the USPBL Network.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood
and reset our life around zapping stuff and cheering for stuff.
with your friends. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
Top of the third inning here from Jimmy John's Field. We're nearing halfway through this first contest, considering it's only a 6-inning first game here. It'll be 6 for game 2 as well. But how about those Beavers on a sacrifice fly from Peyton Schubert scoring Christian Ortega? But you got to give credit to that Blake Van Diver diving play in left center field to save a couple of runs, as you said, Alex.
Yeah, that was really crucial there for the Hoppers. That could have been a lot worse for them. No, they're just fortunate only allowing that one run right there. But going back to that catch by Blake Van Diver, no, he was over there in center, took maybe about 40, 50 feet over to his right, and it's make up a lot of ground and just making that really spectacular diving catch out there. The fans were just kind of in shock that he caught it, but nonetheless, just heads up play by Blake Van Diver, and just incredible out there for what he did right there and keeping this game really close to where it could have been, because it could be a 3-0 game right now compared to what it is right now.
And Van Diver will lead things off for his second at-bat of the night against Greg Luukkonen. He'll put one on the ground to second base. High chopper, fielded, bobbled by Schubert, and he's not going to get the throw off to first. It'll be an E4 to start. Van Diver reaches and a leadoff man on. We've seen a few misplayed balls at around the infield for both sides today, and those are just kind of the hiccups that you're going to see in the first couple of games of the season. These guys still getting used to this infield playing here in Utica, Michigan. So, I mean, also for those guys that are down south, this dirt that they're playing on and the grass, completely different from what they're used to.
Yeah, it's a difficult transition, though, for all these guys and for them getting back into the swing of things. And Schubert had it there for a second, thought he had it, in his glove. Then it bobbled out a couple times, and he didn't have a chance to make the play over at first. No, oftentimes, players would try to pick it up quickly, then try to throw it, and then throw it away. But you just don't want to be able to make that mistake. It just took an unfriendly bounce out of your glove, and you're going to just have to move on to the next play. But for these guys, in their first game back or playing in their first game in the USPBL here tonight, it's going to take about a game or two to get back into the swing of things, especially having a very long off season for the returners.
2-0 count on Bailey Martin. He grounded out to second base his first time. He'll swing and pop one up. Could be playable. Stevanovic ranging over behind home plate. He dives and can't make the catch. It kind of curled right behind his head there at the last moment. Lost our view here from the press box, but could catch it on our screen.
And right underneath the shade, right now near the bricks of all the fans, right behind it. You like the effort by Stevanovic to try to read that ball.
2 balls, 1 strike. Leadoff man Blake Van Diver is at first base after an error committed at second by Schubert, and he's picked off. The throw down to second, and the tag is not in time. It was an errant throw from Christian Ortega, and getting down to second safely in scoring position is Van Diver.
That was just a little of a high throw over there by Ortega, yeah.
Sorry, Alex, that's what they teach you if you're Blake Van Diver there. If you're picked off, you don't sit in the middle in a pickle situation. You go to second base, because that forced a good throw from Ortega. As you said, it was high and wide. Luckily, Wilcoxon got a glove on it, but textbook play there from Van Diver, getting picked off and just booking it down to second base.
And just very fortunate, though. The Beavers thought they were going to make up for that error by getting him out, but just went a little bit of a high throw by Ortega, and then Wilcoxon unable to get the tag in time, and now puts yourself with the runner in scoring position.
Strike two on the inside corner. Full count to Bailey Martin, second batter in the lineup, second of this inning. It's 1-0 Beavers after a sac fly from Peyton Schubert. Van Diver with a small lead starting to grow down there at second base. Here's the 3-2. Cut and a miss. Strikeout number 4 for Greg Luukkonen today. He's on fire.
Yeah, I like that pitch, that cutter that just got him right near the top of Bailey Martin and able to go after it. And he was able to do that a few times earlier in the contest, but Luukkonen, once he's able to get into a rhythm, he is tough to stop. And trying to make up for the mistakes that his defense have made here in this inning, with the error and then the pickoff attempt, the pickoff that they should have had, should have gotten Van Diver out for, but they didn't.
It's always tough, especially when you have a guy like Van Diver who's very speedy. I mean, he's your center fielder for Eastside, and him diving headfirst into second base, it makes that throw a little tougher because you got to make it. Here's a pulled ground ball foul down the first base side from Noah Marcoux. Noah with a base hit. His first time up went opposite way with it. 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 gone. And Van Diver standing at second base trying to tie this ball game up.
Trying to come through here in a crucial situation here for Marcoux. A reliable hitter with .291 last season.
He's a veteran, third-year guy in the league.
Spent his time at Davenport University, grew up in Saginaw, Michigan as well.
Puts it on the ground to first, gloved by Ortega. He'll touch on to the bag unassisted, but Van Diver is able to move down to third base. So another chance here, Alex, with 2 outs for a team to clutch up and have a big swing.
Yeah, that's just something that both teams struggled with last night, the Unicorns and the Mammoths, where they stranded a lot of guys on base. And this is an opportunity here for the Hoppers to cash in. Here with 2 outs and a runner 90 feet from home. So you got Matt Garrick coming in.
Garrick struck out looking his first time. He'll swing and miss at the first pitch. A little bit of a half-hearted hack there as he was fooled on a breaking ball low and inside.
And he was caught looking his first time up, the first strikeout for Luukkonen in the contest.
Luukkonen checks the runner for a moment. Now delivers an off-speed pitch high and outside. Nice frame from Stevanovic, just can't get the call there as that one almost grabbed the zone.
Yeah, Stevanovic has done a good job communicating with Luukkonen on what to throw, where he wants to throw it at. So
Garrick swings and misses, his left shoulder over towards the third base side, and that pitch diving away from the righty. He's down in the count now, 1-2.
And for the first time, these two guys have worked together. It's going to try to build that connection, that relationship, that chemistry that you're going to have, and it's going to continue to grow once the season goes on.
Swing and a miss for the 5th strikeout out of the hand of Greg Luukkonen. He strands another runner in scoring position. Over at third, Van Diver cannot come across. As we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning, it's a 1-0 lead for the Beavers, and JJ the Water Boy after the 5th third bank. 5th third out. And there's JJ the Water Boy, sponsored by Michigan First Credit Union. Always makes sure our umpires are hydrated and ready to go. Now he gets a nice treat to fuel him for the rest of the game. You see Tim Heigl out there, our field umpire, giving the baseball bag back to JJ, and it's always awesome to have him on the field, not just for these players to have that different, feeling when he's out there grabbing the bats and being the water boy for the umpires, but also for the fans as well. It's awesome.
Yeah, he's a fan favorite. Coming back once again this season, the fans always love him when he comes out picking up the bats, and he was out there right at the front gates today. Fans were happy to see him, welcome him back, and he is a lot for the USPBL.
Hoppers down 1-0. They're back out of the field. In the bottom of the 3rd, we'll be right back. This is the USPBL Network.
I'm Anthony Tomey, CEO of Tomey Group, and we're one of the largest Jimmy John franchisees in the country. With 50 Jimmy Johns and over 700 employees, it's a challenge to manage operations. What could possibly go wrong with owning 50 Jimmy Johns? People don't show up, equipment fail, run out of bread, no tomatoes, we need onions. Many different things can happen. Tryon allows us to really focus on the food and the operations of the restaurant.
And that's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Ryan Carolden back on the bump here on Mental Health Awareness Night, our second day of the opening weekend of this USPBL season. So excited to be along with you, alongside Alex Johnson. I'm Tom Cavanaugh. We're going to be on the call for a majority of this year's games, ranging all the way from mid-May to September. And with Carolden back out for his third inning of work, he'll face the 2-3-4 hitters, starting with Bramden Perez, who grounded out to second base his first time. And he takes a big hack and lines it to the screen, 0-1.
And Perez grounded out to second his first time up. This is going to be really crucial here for Carolden to keep the score where it's at. They got into a little bit of some trouble in the last inning, but the fortunate thing about that is they only allowed one run. Well, it's just going to be really crucial to keep the score where it's at here as we're approaching the halfway point of this game. And
that pitch just missing inside. Started out Bramden Perez 0-2, and that one borderline for ball one. So Carolden with only 2 strikeouts so far. He gave up that 1 run after back-to-back base hits in the second. He's going to try to have himself his first 1-2-3 frame, as this one is a little bit outside and low. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Bramden Perez. 3 different lefties in this lineup for Birmingham Bloomfield, compared to 4 in the lineup for Eastside. Carolden shakes off, drops the glove through the windup, and a big swing and a miss. This is in front for Whit Hughes. He clears the lane, throws to first, and it's strikeout number 3 for Carolden. And a big first one. That is the first time today that Ryan has been able to get the leadoff man out. It was back-to-back base hits from Wilcoxon and Ortega to lead off both the first and second innings.
Yeah, and put yourself in a better position, as a pitcher. If you get the leadoff man out and getting him on base, it just puts yourself in the driver's seat and makes you feel a little bit more comfortable. And that's what you got to have here as a pitcher, getting ahead early and trying to get the leadoff man out.
Malik Bolwin sends one out to center field, fairly deep. Back a few steps is Van Diver, and he makes the catch right next to his left ear. 2 up, 2 down quickly here in the bottom of the third.
Yeah, Bolin has some pop in his bat, like I mentioned from last season, what the numbers he had, but just able to get a little bit of hang time on it. Not deep enough, though, as it was just a routine catch out there in center by Van Diver.
I'm expecting in game 2, we're going to see a lot more fireworks when it comes to the bats, just because a lot of these guys will already have a game under their belt, some at-bats here at Jimmy John's Field, and getting comfortable in those batters' boxes. First pitch is tapped foul right at the plate from Ray Hilbrick. Strikeout swinging to end the first inning, his last time up.
Yeah, those first game nerves for all these guys, just trying to get back into the groove, and just like we've seen throughout yesterday. A lot of guys who are just trying to get back, was coming out, get all the rust out. But once we get into game 2, things will start to get rolling.
That ball's blocked up in the dirt by Hughes. He's going to ask for a new baseball. 2-1 to Hilbrick, looking for a little 2-out magic here are the Beavers. They lead 1-0. Peyton Schubert had a line drive with the bases loaded out to left center field. It was caught, a diving play from Blake Van Diver. They were able to score, though, on that sac fly. It could have been a lot worse. This score could be 2 or 3-0 if Van Diver doesn't come up with that catch. The 2-1 is a fastball high and outside.
And that could be a difference maker in the game. If Van Diver does not make that play, the Hoppers would be down even more and would change the perplexity of this game right now.
Hitters count for Hilbrick. He'll take a fastball high and in for ball 4, and it's a 2-out base runner for the Beavers.
Yeah, Carolden didn't really have much command in that at-bat. the defending batting champion, Ray Hilbrick.
And those type of guys, as you said, batting champ, Hilbrick, you want to not give him anything that he can put out of here. If you can kind of work around him and draw a walk there with 2 outs, that's fine. But Christian Ortega and Burgos after him, they're also problems. Here's a ball that misses high and outside to the first baseman, Christian Ortega. He singled and scored last inning, the only run of the ball game.
Ortega, a guy that came in near the middle of last season.
Ortega with a line drive out to right field in front of Schellenbarger. He's going to field it on one hop. 2 for 2 day to start for Christian Ortega in the 5 spot, and it's 2 on with 2 out. A little bit of a rally here from Birmingham.
Place that right in front of Schellenbarger. That's a good read on that. And Ortega's a guy that only hit 241 last season, but is able to come through with some key plays like that, to keep the inning alive. And we're expecting him to continue on coming into this season, coming down from Miami here to Metro Detroit.
O'Neal Burgos takes the first pitch. A little bit of cut on that two-seamer there, inside at the knees. 0-1.
Hit a single to right field in his first at-bat of the game.
Carolden, first base side of the rubber, gets a swing and a miss from Burgos, 0-2. They're trying to end the rally right here as Ryan Carolden in his 3rd inning of work.
Yeah, in his mind, he can't afford to surrender another run.
Birmingham with 4 total hits. They've left 3 runners on base so far today through the first 2 frames. Folding his glove on the left thigh, now coming set at the stomach. Down to the belt goes Carolden, the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Down and away with the slide piece.
Yeah, good job there by Carolden. Needed to get that. Huge strikeout to strand 2 runners.
2 more stranded for the Beavers. We go to the 4th. 1-0. Birmingham Bloomfield on top of the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. You're watching USPBL Baseball.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
Top of the 4th inning. Eastside Diamond Hoppers coming back up. Check out the berm out there in right field. Everybody hanging out on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. This is baseball weather, man. I tell you what. Bring your kids, bring a few blankets, and wait for a few baseballs to be deposited out there in the right field. Yeah, that's the happy zone for a lot of those lefties and some of those strong righties that can go the opposite way with it. But let's talk about Greg Luukkonen for a moment before Brian Schellenbarger hops in. The 5 strikeouts for Luukkonen. He's really been crafty all day long and has handled these Hopper hitters.
Yeah, he has really been in control, and we mentioned that in the pregame of how lights out he has been since coming into the USPBL, and was the pitcher of the year in his first year.
Swinging a pop-up off the bat of Schellenbarger to shortstop. Going to be handled easily by Wilcoxon. 1 up, 1 down on the very first pitch of the 4th.
And you like to see that by Luukkonen, just getting Schellenbarger, a dangerous hitter out in just 1 pitch. So I like what he's been doing here so far. I don't think he needs to change a thing right now at the moment, but it's just not enough for the Hoppers to work with. And
yeah, Luukkonen has stranded 4 base runners. Here's a ground ball under the glove of Ortega, trickling down the line into right field. It'll be a 1-out hit, maybe an error as well, as that ball snuck right under the glove of Ortega. We'll see, but some misplayed balls here today from the Beavers. That's going to be ruled an error, so a 1-out base runner as Ferguson reaches.
Yeah, just unfortunate there by Ortega. Just went by underneath his knees and behind him, and those are just some of the tough plays that you just got to shake off. And fortunately, only holding him to first base.
Jake Shire, a base hit his first time up. That was back in the 2nd inning. A man on, a man out for him. Takes the first pitch low, below the knees, 1-0.
I mentioned Shire, coming over from Tiffin University.
Hailing from Columbus, Ohio. We're very familiar with that area. That's Central Ohio, Tiffin. And then you got a bunch of highly touted Division III schools over there. Alumni of Capital University, shout out. The once Crusaders, they are now the Comets, switching their name a few years ago. Shire, 1-1 count to him, out of the hand of Luukkonen. Checks the runner. That misses a bit high on a fastball.
Yeah, just went a little bit upstairs on that one and in. For Luukkonen. And Shire mentioned coming from Division II in the GMAC, or like Northwood, Hillsdale College. A lot of good talent down there in the GMAC.
Nice block up from Stevanovic. That one was low in the dirt. Like to see Luukkonen start to change eye levels on a lot of these hitters. I mean, he's been rocking it with 5 strikeouts today, but if he can put a few in the dirt and change this eye level for a lot of these guys, it's going to pay dividends later in his start.
Yeah, especially for the hitters who are going to make adjustments.
Quick pick over to first base towards Ferguson. He's back dirty.
You don't want to become too predictable. But if you're able to to read the hitter here, if you're Luukkonen, and try to get an idea of trying to either go away or go inside.
The hitters count 3-1 pitch, high and outside, ball 4. That's the first walk of the afternoon for Greg Luukkonen, and it's 2 aboard with 1 gone for Whit Hughes.
Yeah, he missed that one just a little bit right there.
Yeah, not by much at all. That was close.
Just a hair above the strike zone.
It did miss, but I'd say less than a ½ inch. Hughes struck out swinging his first time up. Breaking ball inside corner. And that's the type of pitch that ranges from one side of the plate to the other. Out of the hand, that started on the outside corner to the righty and ended right on the inside black.
Yeah, that curveball with some really nice movement. And that's Luukkonen's one of his specialty pitches that he's been working on throughout the offseason.
0-1 pitch is flown out to shallow left field. A couple of steps in for Malik Bolwin. He will handle. And that's 2 gone.
Yeah, that was a good piece of hitting there by Whit Hughes. Unfortunately, not enough wind to carry it out near the warning track, and Bolin able to track that down with no problem. And
yeah, Hughes just a little bit underneath that one. And he dropped that back shoulder to elevate the bat. Or sorry, drop the bat underneath and elevate the baseball. Todd Maddox struck out swinging to end the second. One of the 5 victims that Greg Luukkonen has sat down on strikes today. First pitch to Todd, cut and a miss.
Maddox being that starting lineup here today at third base. He was in that utility role last season. Going to get some more time over at the hot corner here this season.
It's a flare back over the screen into the parking lot. No balls and 2 strikes to Maddox. I'm parked right behind the stadium here, so it's always a fun, lottery ticket when I go back to my car and see if I got a dent or a crack or anything from some of these foul balls. Yeah, I guess you could say it's better than a real ticket as well. Here's a breaking ball high and outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Maddox.
And what would you prefer?
That's a good point. What would I prefer? A parking ticket or a cracked windshield? I don't know. It depends on how much the ticket is, I guess.
I couldn't afford it.
Me too.
That's more than just a parking ticket.
1-2 is back to the screen. We'll stay there. 2 on with 2 out. It's Ferguson down at second base. He reached on an error. Jake Shire, the next batter, walked. And then a fly out from Whit Hughes records out number 2. And Maddox, another chance with 2 gone to try to drive in a run. It's 1-0 Beavers here in the 4th. Cut and a miss at a ball in the dirt. Stevanovic fields, throws, 6 strikeouts, and Greg Luukkonen is getting them at the most clutch times. Leaves another 2 stranded. We're headed to the bottom of the 4th inning. These Hoppers not able to get one across there. You're watching the USPBL Network. We'll be back in a minute.
Hello everyone, I hope you're having a great time at Jimmy John's Field experiencing another exciting baseball game. This ballpark is one of many quality of life recreational assets Macomb County has to offer. And as you leave here today, let me invite you to explore Macomb County's diverse range of outdoor assets by visiting MakeMacombYourHome.com. You'll find the Macomb County's trails are open year-long and available for walking, running, biking, as well as paddling along the Clinton River. In Macomb County, there is something for everyone. Find out more about Macomb County's 4 seasons of fun by visiting MakeMacombYourHome.com. Now let's play ball.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Bottom of the 4th inning, another chance for the Beavers as they lead 1-0. But Alex, let's talk a little bit about Greg Luukkonen. 6 strikeouts, and he's left now 6 runners on base for the Hoppers. He's been awesome.
Yeah, he's been in control. He's gone through a little bit of some trouble, but has gone out of those unscathed, and that's what we saw and what we were looking for from Luukkonen here today. A guy that has been really a talented piece, throughout his time in the USPBL, and I'm trying to make a really good impression here to start the season. And his offense, even though only giving them 1 run of support, but it's been enough years so far, and his offense right here trying to add some insurance. But nonetheless, Luukkonen has been dominant here today.
Yeah, and Ryan Carolden on the mound for the Hoppers. He's been awesome as well. 4 strikeouts. He's allowed 4 hits. And the first pitch fastball inside at 92 miles an hour towards the hip of Max McLennan. He's able to shoot out of the way of that one. Strikeout looking the first time for McLennan. Takes that pitch down and outside. 2 balls and no strikes. And Carolden's, he's given up 4 hits, but as you said, it's only been 1 run of production from the Beavers. So he's done a great job of also striking guys out with runners in scoring position and 2 outs.
He's been able to do his job. And Carolden, like you said, like we mentioned, only allowing 4 hits, but it could be a lot worse. We've mentioned about it throughout the broadcast. That second inning was a little bit shaky, but he got some help with his defense by Van Dyther out in center, who made that catch. And now it's going to be off to his offense, especially here in the first game. We saw that last night when the Unicorns and Mammoths just taking a little bit of time to ease into the game, and trying to have a similar situation here in this game if it holds up.
3-1 pitch, low and outside, and it's a leadoff walk. The 3rd time in 4 innings now that the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers have the leadoff man aboard, and only 1 run to show for it right now. That shows how clutch Carolden's been on the mound, but also these Beavers haven't had any of those clutch hits yet besides the sac fly from Peyton Schubert.
Yeah, they really haven't. Especially from the guys that we were looking for, near the top of the order.
Yeah.
But it just really hasn't shown up yet. Trying to get all that rust out, like I said earlier. It's just...
Those big swings will come, though. It's just going to take a few at-bats, and that's very understandable and expected as guys are just getting their feet wet again in independent pro baseball. Wind moving out towards left center field right now as it starts to swirl around up there. First pitch outside to Ranko Stevanovic, a walk his first time up. That was back in the 2nd inning.
coming over from Chicago, Illinois. Spent his time at North Park University, Division III school in Chicago.
Back pick over to first. Nice glove from Ben Ferguson. That saves an extra base right there, as surely McLennan would have been down to second base, but the catcher Hughes trying to look over and keep that runner close. I love when catchers look down to back pick over at first base.
And that's just a really good job right there by Ferguson.
McLennan sizes up his lead a little bit farther in that grass cutout. Here's a line drive out to left field. Going back, Marcoux. He's going to reach up and make the catch on the warning track. Nice snag from Noah Marcoux in left field. That's out number one, and retreating back to first is McLennan.
Yeah, Stefanovic had a really good swing on that one. But just Marcoux was able to read that perfectly.
Yeah, a lot of these guys during batting practice, obviously they're out on the field shagging balls, but you also have to treat those batting practice swings that you're receiving as an outfielder you got to treat it like a real game, because the ball flies differently in every ballpark. And a ball like that, Marcoux knew immediately to take 2 steps back and track onto the warning track to make that play. So well done from the veteran outfielder, and that's going to bring up Peyton Schubert with 1 on and 1 out. Schubert's 1-0 pitch is low and outside. 2-0 to start to the only man that's driven in a run today, a sac fly. He lined one in the left center gap back in the second. Diving play from Vendiver. Allowed the run to score, but saved a couple as well.
Well, he's done his job, though, to produce that run. That's a difference maker here.
2-0 line drive, base hit into left field in front of Marcoux. Holding at second is McLennan. Great day so far for Schubert. Both of his swings have been in that left center gap with some tail, and he's seeing the ball nicely in his first game.
Yeah, that was just a really good pitch right over the plate. Schubert was able to get at. Just dropped it into left center field, and the Beavers have something cooking here.
There's a little bit of movement in the bullpen right now for the Hoppers as well as the Beavers. A little bit of stretching going on as well.
And got the top of the order now with Ben Wilcoxon. Was near the middle to the bottom of the order, near like the 6 through 9 range in the order last season. Coach Dombrowski making the decision to put him near the top of the order this season, being the leadoff hitter in this first game.
Wilcoxon takes strike 1 on the upper inner corner. 2 at-bats today for Ben. He's got a base hit and a 3 unassisted ground out to first. He's got 2 on with 1 out.
Trying to produce here, who had 246 last season.
Ground ball fared on the first baseline. Nice play from Ferguson. He tosses on to Carolden, who's covering the bag. What a play from the Hoppers first baseman, Ben Ferguson, as his momentum was taking him into foul territory, and he snags that one. Both runners move up to second and third, but there's now 2 outs for Brandon Perez.
Yeah, just had a good read on that ball. He just slid underneath it to get it there and get the underhand toss over to his pitcher, Carolden, to get the out.
Not the worst thing in the world, though, as both runners are able to move up. So a base hit should score 2 for Brandon Perez. Outfielders deep all around. Marcoux in left is a few steps in. The first pitch to Perez, high and outside for a ball. 0 for 2 day for Brandon, a ground out and a strikeout.
And if you're the Beavers right now, you really want to capitalize here to get some breathing room. You've stranded many base runners here at the start of this game.
Yeah, they've stranded 5 so far in the first 3 innings. There's another fastball high and outside, 2-0 to Brandon.
And you're just going to be disciplined at the plate if you're Perez. You don't want to chase anything or go after something that's way out of the zone. Players in these kind of situations will try to play hero ball. But you don't have to really in this situation.
A guy like Perez, though, who has been drafted in the past to a major league organization, he's going to stay within himself and take this at-bat smartly. There's a swing and a miss at a fastball upper outer corner. You're right, though. He wanted to go after that one. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, it was outside there at 90 miles an hour.
Deep breath from Carolden on the mound. He checks both runners. The 2-1. That one not close. 3 balls and 1 strike. Hitter's count now for Perez.
Yeah, he just really missed his command on that pitch. Just not where he wanted it to be. But he knows this next pitch is going to be really crucial. You have to throw it within the strike zone, but
It's not the end of the world if you do walk him, but with Malik Bolin coming up next, that poses an issue. Here's a flare back out of play. It'll go to 3-2 now. Good battle from Ryan Carolden on the mound. And this is what we were talking about earlier before the inning started. These guys, both Luukkonen for the Beavers and Carolden, able to get those clutch strikeouts with 2 gone. Let's see if he can get one here.
Yeah.
Full count, 2 outs. It's a 1-0 lead for the Beavers. They're trying to extend that in the 4th. The 3-2, Tapper foul.
Yeah. He barely got a piece of that one. Just trying to battle here. Not go down without a fight.
It's the mental health awareness specialty jerseys tonight for the Beavers. Looking sharp with their white pinstripe pants. Carolden kicks and fires on the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball outside half. And Perez goes down swinging for the 2nd time tonight. That's 5 strikeouts for Carolden, and his day likely is done. Talking with Kotke before the game. We're going to head to the 5th, Alex. 1-0 Beavers leave 2 more stranded. You're watching USPBL Baseball.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
Greg Luukkonen back on the mound for another inning of work. Welcome back in. Alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh from Game 1 of our doubleheader. We're playing at 2 6-inning ball games today here at Jimmy John's Field. Take a look inside that Eastside Diamond Hoppers dugout. They're looking to have a big inning. They trail 1-0 as we enter the second to last inning of this ball game. And Luukkonen has just been on fire, has a strikeout in every inning, a total of 6 today. My goodness, his stuff's been working.
Yeah, he has really been in control of this game, and when talking with him, he was just trying to build off what he did last season. It was just really good, trying to get back. He got a lot of confidence, throughout the offseason, and he's gotten a lot of trust from his coaches, from Coach Dombrowski, from having faith in him to come back here this season and really impress people out here at the USPBL and MLB scouts, watching these guys, what he can bring to the table and what he can bring to an organization. So,
and that's what this league's all about, Alex. Having a guy like Greg Luukkonen show out in a few starts here, and then he gets a call from a major league organization and says, hey, we want you, kid. First pitch down and outside in the right-handed box. This one onto the leadoff batter, Blake Van Diver. 0 for 2 day, reached on an error in the 3rd. He was stranded out there with a big strikeout. Another one from Luukkonen with 2 outs. Here's a line drive opposite way. In between the 5-6 hole, it's going to reach the left fielder Marcoux. Check that. Bolin. And it's a leadoff hit.
Yeah, just an open room between 3rd and short. Van Diver placed that perfectly. Just not much you can do if you're Wilcoxon or McLennan right there. It's just smart. It's just good eye movement and good piece of hitting by Van
right
Diver.
spot.
Yeah, he did.
Bailey Martin 0 for 2 day, ground out and a strikeout swinging. Luukkonen's already picked one off at first base. They were unsuccessful in getting the runner down at second. First pitch pulled fouled on the 3rd baseline off the bat of Martin. And these guys also having to adjust to using wood bats. Got some action right now in the Beavers bullpen. Likely the last inning for Greg Luukkonen, who's been fabulous today. Foul back to the screen. But going back to the wood bat theory, these guys were using BB core metal bats, and that ball just jumps off the bat a little faster, a little farther with those bats. So being able to reel it back in with these wood bats and understand, hey, you might not hit the ball 375, 400 feet like you're used to. So we've seen, I guess, loud swings, but they haven't gone as far with those wood. But these guys have the power to be able to smack it with the wood bats as well.
Yeah, they really will. And like you mentioned, using the wooden bats like you use on the major league level, like you said, you're not going to get really much power, much distance, but based on what you've been doing, your endurance, you're able to do it.
Swing and a miss at a breaking ball at the feet. Wow. Greg Luukkonen, number 7, through 4 1/3 now.
And that was nowhere near the zone. And Martin went after it, going down low with that nasty curve at 74 miles an hour. That is just incredible work by Luukkonen.
It's crazy late break. I mean, because Martin was ready to swing at that as he saw it out of the hand, but that ball just falls off the table. 1 out, 1 on after the leadoff base hit from Van Diver. It'll be Noah Marcoux who leaves a first pitch slider outside.
And if you like to see it for Luukkonen, maybe in this situation, if he continues to do well, maybe come out for a complete game. But you realize, in the USPBL, want to give our players a chance to grow and develop.
Pick over to first base from Luukkonen. Back in safely, but dirty is going to be Van Diver.
It's just a different mindset, from the pros or single A, double A, from the USPBL.
Fairly open stance for Marcoux as he rests the bat on his left shoulder, and he's going to be hit with a pitch. Shaking out that left forearm. He was caught with that one. Time is called at the plate. Luukkonen just challenged a little bit too high inside, and hopefully Marcoux's okay. He's going to take a minute.
And his left arm, he was just not happy about that. It stung. Just walking over to first base.
I mean, that's an 88-mile-an-hour pitch that catches you right on the bone. That can't feel good at all. He's going to stick it out there at first base, and here comes head coach John Dombrowski, and they're just going to talk about it. Obviously, there's going to be a conversation to be had, but not taking him out of the game as our bullpen man is still getting warm out there.
Yeah, I think it's just a time to just calm him down. After that pitch, he just threw to Marcoux, and he's been in control throughout the game. You can't lose it here, and he knows that. So
Gehrig 0 for 2 today, so this is a good spot for the lefty Luukkonen right now, as he's gotten Gehrig swinging and looking one apiece. But a big spot for Matt, the DH today, in the cleanup spot for the Hoppers, looking for his very first hit of the season. Breaking ball low and inside, blocked up from Stevanovic.
And he was not going to go after that one, and Gehrig had some impressive numbers in college and not off to the right start that he wanted to this season, but has a good opportunity to tie this game up.
Strike called, upper inner corner, levels the count at 1 apiece.
Yeah, this is a good recovery pitch by Luukkonen. You needed that after throwing a pitch way below the zone.
Small lead at second base for Van Diver. The 1-1 in for strike 2.
And got it back with that curve at 74 that time. He's been utilizing that a lot lately. We'll see if he goes back to that, or maybe goes back with his fastball.
Middle infielders shaded up the middle for a double play. This one is tapped foul over towards the third base dugout off the bat of Gehrig.
And he goes at him with that 76 curveball. Had some little bit of a movement there that forced Gehrig to go after it. Just got a tip of it. We'll see what he can do here. Maybe get something on the ground to turn 2.
1-2, swing and a miss. 8th strikeout for Greg Luukkonen. My goodness, he is impressing in this start. And right after the meeting, he hits Marcoux there and battles right back with a huge swinging strikeout. Third time Gehrig's gone down on strikes today.
Yeah, he went a little bit upstairs, went him at an 88-mile-per-hour fastball, and Gehrig, and nothing after on that one, and just a huge second out. Now it brings up Brian Schellenbarger.
Brian has lifted the ball in the air twice today. Heck of a grab from the third baseman, Max McLennan, back in the second. And he popped out to the shortstop, Wilcoxon. That was back in the fourth.
And despite what he's done here so far, you got to be careful with him. You know, he's a really clutch guy. We've seen that over the last couple seasons since being in the USPBL. And in these situations, he usually steps up to the plate.
Takes that pitch just off the plate outside. Schellenbarger plays a great right field position and hits in that 5 spot for a reason. Wags that bat lightly over the left shoulder with a semi-open stance. Setting at the chin is Luukkonen. Checks the runner at second. The 2-0 off the plate. 3 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, this is a hitter-friendly count here for Schellenbarger. You know that Luukkonen will probably just throw him right by you.
Ben Ferguson waiting on deck. He's 1 for 2 with a base hit. Brio pitch to Bryant. Swung on the ground to shortstop. Backhand play for Wilcoxon. His only throw is to second, and they got the runner on the force out. Ben Wilcoxon in the hole, backhand grab, throws to second. I love that play.
Yeah, that's the reason why Wilcoxon was one of the key players defensively last season. Backhanded play, gained the force out at second. Schellenbarger, you usually don't see guys swinging on 3-0 to just take that pitch for a strike, but Schellenbarger thought it was good to swing at 87 miles an hour. He took it. Well, unfortunately, it results in a fielder's choice, and another chance by the Diamond Hoppers goes to waste.
Schellenbarger bounces out, and coming up empty again are the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. And coming up in just a moment, the Genesis Credit Union 7th inning stretch, more like the 5th inning stretch today, as we're playing just 6 innings in just a moment. Ryan Carolden's day is done on the mound. For the Diamond Hoppers, it's going to be John Kelly.
And John Kelly, a key returner from last season for the Diamond Hoppers, coming in from Rutherford, New Jersey.
Check that, sorry. It's Donnie Goods, the lefty, coming out of Northwest Ohio. Go ahead, Alex.
No problem, Tom. Don Goods looking at it. He's a lefty coming in at 5'11", 210 from Wapakoneta, Ohio. Spent his time recently at Adrian College, a really good Division III school down there. He was a two-way player over at Adrian. He had a 2-3 record in 10 appearances and 7 starts. He in 38 innings pitched, 40 strikeouts and 34 walks. He had a little bit of a problem that in college. Was over a 300 hitter at Adrian. And then prior to that, spent time at the University of Northwestern Ohio, a dominant school in the WAC and the NAIA, and played at the Virginia Military Institute before that. So he's been around the block.
Yeah, quite the odyssey throughout his collegiate career as he misses on that last pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike to Malik Bolwin. It's the 3-4-5 hitters to face Goods here in the 5th inning. 1-0 Beavers lead. They scored that only run back in the second off the bat of Peyton Schubert. It was a sac fly. We'll give you the final line on Ryan Carolden in just a moment. Here's a line drive in the left center field gap coming over. Venn Diver again. Did he catch it? Heigl, no call in the field. I think they're going to call that an out. Ian Land, our home plate umpire, is up with the right hand. That's the second sliding grab from Blake Vandiver out in center field, and headed back is Malik Bolwin to the dugout. My goodness, he's flashing some leather out there.
Yeah, he really is. So it was just a little bit of a late call by the home plate umpire. Bolin was rounding second base. He thought that ball hit the grass first before it went into his glove, but Vandiver again. That's just another key play.
And great vision from our home plate umpire as well, because that's usually a field umpire's call, considering the field umpire is closer. But our home plate umpire made a nice play right there as he saw that all the way. Vandiver just picks it off the grass for a big out, number 1. Here's Ray Hilbrick in the left side. 0 for 1 with a walk. He's going to lean out of the way on a fastball high and in. 2 balls and no strikes. Final line for Ryan Carolden. He went 4 innings. Gave up 5 hits, 1 run. It was earned, and struck out 5.
Yeah, a good day for Carolden in his opening day start of the 2024 season.
There's a line drive from Hilbrick out to right field over the head of Schellenbarger. This could be 2 or 3. Bryant, nice field off the wall and cruising into second with a double is Ray Hilbrick, our first extra base hit of the day.
And just had a really good swing of the bat right in the part of the strike zone, and just sent that one down into the right field corner.
And that's why Ray had a batting title last season. I mean, he just ripped that pitch down the right field line. Nothing Schellenbarger could do out there, but he made a nice play off the wall as it's fencing out there in right field. So that ball's going to bounce off that fence a little differently than it will in left off the padded wall. Christian Ortega 2 for 2 with a couple of base hits, and this ball's going to sneak by Whit Hughes all the way to the backstop. Jogging on to third is Hilbrick, and he's 90 feet away from extending this lead for the Beavers. They're up 1-0 here in the 5th.
Yeah, it just took one bounce off into the netting, and Whit Hughes just had trouble finding it for a second and just couldn't recover. So now if you get a sacrifice fly here, if you're Ortega, that's all you really need.
The Hoppers have the infield in right now on the grass cutout, so a hard ground ball through the infield will work too. This should get the job done. Schellenbarger scaling back in right field. Tagging from third is Hilbrick, and he will score likely. That was much closer than I thought. What a throw from Bryant Schellenbarger in right field. He was deep, and it was much closer. But a sacrifice fly for Christian Ortega makes it 2-0 Birmingham Bloomfield.
Yeah, that was really close. What we thought, he thought would have been scoring easily, but what a nice arm by Schellenbarger just to throw it in there and not just either just cut it off or just throw it into your infield. But you got the job done here with your Christian Ortega. You got the insurance run. That's exactly what I would have needed. So now you get yourself the extra cushion heading into the last inning.
That's a good piece of hitting with less than 2 outs, and these Beavers have been manufacturing runs today. Both of their runs have come on sacrifice flies. It was a 1-out double from Hilbrick. He takes third on a wild pitch and is able to score off the bat of Ortega. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count now for the 1 for 2 O'Neal Burgos. Single back in the second, struck out swinging in the third. It's Donnie Goods on the mound from the left side for the Hoppers. Huge breaking ball, swing and a miss, 1-2.
Now if you're Goods, just trying to get out of this inning and keep the score where it's at.
Big deep breath setting at the belt. Goods delivers one inside and low. Nice pick from Hughes. Nobody on right now. But it's 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs for O'Neal.
And you just got to be comfortable here if you're good, just trying to recover from allowing that run. Don't want to get a 2-out man here.
Max McLennan looms on deck. The 2-2 misses inside and low. We're going to push to full.
Just not what he wanted to do there. He's just lost his control on those last 2 pitches.
So we're playing just 6 innings here from game 1. The Beavers going to look to try to close it out in the top half of the 6th. Here's the ground ball to shortstop. Backhand play for Shire, and he throws out O'Neal Burgos for the 3rd out of the bottom of the 5th. We go to the 6th. 2-0 lead as Christian Ortega makes it 2-0 Beavers over the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. You're watching the USPBL Network. We'll be right back for the final inning of action.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Fifth Third Bank. Yeah, it's a quirky name. But here's the thing. 5/3 equals 166.7%. So we put 166.7% into everything we do. Like automatically getting you your paycheck up to 2 days early. Giving you well-deserved extra time to avoid overdraft fees. And helping you borrow from your future self. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
Top of the 6th inning. Welcome back in alongside Alex Johnson. I'm Tom Cavanaugh. From game 1 of our doubleheader, it's a 6-inning first game here. So right now, as we enter the 6th, it's going to be Jonathan LaGuire-Cruz on the mound, but the final line from the lefty starter, Greg Luukkonen. He went 5 innings, gave up 4 hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 8 strikeouts. Alex, what did you like that you saw from Luukkonen today out of the Beavers?
Yeah, I liked that he was able to attack the hitters, able to get a lot of swing and misses from the Hoppers and just really able to set the tone here for the rest of the game. And his offense was able to step up for him with the 2 runs, but what a really good outing here for Luukkonen here to start off the 2024 USPBL season for him, and I'm looking forward to what he will be doing for the rest of the way.
Oh yeah, and with Jonathan LaGuire-Cruz coming on the mound right now, he's going to try to finish things out. Spent time at 2 different colleges, Marion College in Indiana, and then headed over to Franklin College. He's going to be tasked with finishing out the Eastside Diamond Hoppers for a shutout here. First pitch from the right side is driven out to center field off the bat of Ben Ferguson. This ball's deep, off the wall on 1 hop. Fielding in center is Perez. Cruising into 2 is Ben Ferguson with a loud double.
Yeah, with the exit velocity of 101 off the bat of Ferguson, sending out to the deepest part of Jimmy John's field. Van Diver chasing for it, went off the top of the wall. And now brings up the tying run to the plate with Jake Shire.
So we're going to get a pinch runner here coming in at second base for the Hoppers. That looks like Zeb Roos. Get a number on him in just a moment, but Zeb, center fielder at 6 foot 195, spent time at Wofford and Maryville University. It is Zeb Roos out there at second, and he's a very big run as the Hoppers here in the top of the 6th trail 2-0.
Yeah, able to get some speed over there at second base, and I was able to talk with him as well before the game. He's really happy to be here at Jimmy John's Field, making his USPBL debut here tonight.
LaGuire-Cruz checks the runner. First pitch fastball in for a strike to Jake Shire. 1-for-1 day with a walk for Jake. And a ground ball to the right side should get it done, but the Hoppers do need 2 to stay in this contest. Final inning of play from game 1 of our doubleheader. 2 6-inning bouts between these 2 clubs. Cut and a miss makes it 0-2.
Yeah, went up there at 93 on the gun, and LaGuire-Cruz, he came in at the tail end of last season for the Beavers. Only played in 5 games. Had 4 strikeouts, 5 base on balls, allowed 2 earned runs in that span. Looking to get more reps this season as he continues to grow in his career.
Nice snag from Stevanovic behind the dish. That was a much too high fastball. 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Shire. Want to have a conservative lead down there at second if you're Ferguson, but if you can take third on a ball in the dirt, not the worst choice in the world to try to get a little closer, I should say. 1-2 pitch, line drive over the head of Max McLennan into left field. Rounding third and being sent home is going to be Ferguson. Into second base. Is he safe? Yes! Shire, and it's 2-1. Beavers cling to a 1-run lead after that RBI double.
That was just a really good piece of hitting by Jake Shire over in the hot corner. And Jake Shire just barely beating it out there, almost got tagged out right there.
That's a gritty play, because if you're tagged out there, it's one gone, nobody on, down a run. But great chance for the Hoppers with Whit Hughes at the dish. 0 for 2 day with a strikeout and a flyout. And a big lead at second for Jake Shire. He's going to be aggressive, trying to tie this ball game up. Still nobody out. We're in the top of the 6th. Swing and a miss at a fastball near the letters to Whit Hughes.
The veteran and the assistant coach for the Hoppers.
Wind just barely blowing out towards left center field. We've seen a few balls muscled out that way, and the wind has helped just a tad. Here's the 0-1 to Hughes. Outside corner for strike 2. Dotted up on the black there from Jonathan LaGuire-Cruz on the mound.
Yeah, just set that one perfectly. Couldn't have asked for a better pitch right there at 92. But if you're Whit Hughes, you can't let that one go by you again.
No balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out with a runner at second base and 1 run scored here for Eastside in the 6th. Way outside and low. Nice snag from Stevanovic again. He's been a wall back there for the Beavers, just keeping everything in front.
Yeah, that's just really crucial right there for Stevanovic. If that one is just a little bit past, a little bit over to him, that would have been trouble and sent Shire over to third easily.
1 ball, 2 strikes. LaGuire-Cruz checks the runner, kicks and fires. In the dirt again. Nice block up from Ronco.
And a good job holding up the bat is Whit Hughes. He was thinking about going after it, but held the bat up in time. Even though there was no appeal play over to the infield umpire, so.
Even stance for Hughes as he holds that bat quietly over the right shoulder. LaGuire-Cruz, 1 look down at second base, now another one. The 2-2. Fouled away, back into the seats. It's a good fight here from Hughes as he understands the situation very well. Down by a run with 3 outs left in the ball game. It's do or die time for this squad as they're finally able to get on the board here in the final inning in the 6th.
Yeah, it took them a while, to get into the game. Similar to how the Unicorns were last night. It just took them almost the entire game to get the offense heated up.
In the dirt again, Stevanovic. Wow. That was a spiked fastball at 85 miles an hour, 3 or 4 feet in front of the plate, and he's still able to get it. Excuse me, that was a slider at 85.
Yeah, just good job just keeping Shire over at second base.
Full count to Hughes. Runner at second base is Jake Shire. It's 2-1. Your score. Check swing. Did he go? Ian Land rings him up anyways. Hughes doesn't like it as he heads back to the dugout. That's 1 gone. And Shire's got to stay down there at 2.
Yeah, just a huge out right there. Whit Hughes didn't like the call, and even though it's right over the heart of the plate at 93 miles an hour. But you still got 2 outs to work with.
Todd Maddox, 2 swinging strikeouts today in the 9 spot for the Hops. I'd say he's due right now. Strike on the outer third. 0-1.
And it forces Maddox and the rest of the hitters right now to be conservative at the plate.
And LaGuire-Cruz settling down after back-to-back doubles to start the inning. 1 look down at second. Cruz delivers. This one's popped up. Foul ground. Giving chase is Ortega. Does he have a chance at it? Stevanovic. He can't make the play. Oh, that was close. I'm telling you, 75 to 80 feet of foul ground on both sides. Anything that you think might be into the seats is likely playable. At both Ortega and Stevanovic had a chance at that.
Yeah, just a lot of room to work with, and just unfortunately not able to retire Maddox, but it just gets difficult once you get near those corners of foul ground, and Maddox with another chance here.
Shire at second, just doubled to bring in Zeb Roos, the pinch runner, after the Ben Ferguson double. Fastball high on the 0-2 to Maddox. Good take.
Yeah, there's a good eye right there, as that one was way up high.
Infield double play depth, both at second and shortstop. They're just playing up the middle, even though there is no double play chance at the moment. The 1-2, line, foul, back into the seats over top of that first base Eastside Diamond Hoppers dugout.
Yeah, he had to go after that one. That one was right at the knees.
LaGuire Cruz trying to get out of a jam here on the mound. He's the only man in relief for the Beavers. 5 innings of scoreless ball from Greg Luukkonen. And the first run scored this inning from the Hoppers. They're trying to tie this game up with one more. Swinging a foul tip in and out of the glove of Stefanovic. We're going to keep it at 1 ball, 2 strikes. How about the fight we're seeing from Todd Maddox in this at-bat?
Yeah, he knows what's at stake right now, and just being really disciplined at the plate and whacking off every pitch that he gets.
He'll wag the bat over the right shoulder. Even stance with a quiet body. He's going to wait on the 1-2 pitch. Cruz takes an extra pause and goes. In the dirt. Stefanovic can't find it. It's at his feet. He regathers, and the runner at second, Shire, will stay put.
Yeah, it just took him a couple seconds there to figure out where it was, and Stefanovic was just right underneath his knees. So take a look over at Shire at second base.
Heck of a crowd on hand for our doubleheader today between the Beavers and Diamond Hoppers. Swing and a miss at the 2-2. Back-to-back strikeouts for Jonathan LaGuire Cruz, and this inning has changed drastically, Alex.
Yeah, he went there in the low part of the strike zone inside, able to swing and miss at 92 miles an hour. Todd Maddox had a really good at-bat. Unfortunately, he goes down swinging for the strikeout, but heck of an at-bat for him.
So after back-to-back doubles from Ferguson and Shire with nobody out, it looked like the Diamond Hoppers were going to have a chance to tie or take the lead. But Hughes and Maddox both go down swinging out of the hand of Jonathan LaGuire Cruz in relief for the Beavers. Hoppers down to their final out. Now it's Blake Van Diver.
He's made those 2 heroic plays out in center field. He does have a single, which he had back in the 5th inning, but
he's reached twice on an error back in the 3rd. 1 for 3 day as he is trying to tie this ball game up. That's in the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes to Blake.
And just like the eyes right there of Van Diver, especially with your final out, just got to be cautious at the plate.
He's been the hero in the field. Let's see if he can be the hero at the plate. Strike 1 is called on the outside corner.
Yeah, I think that one was just a little outside.
Shire, the only RBI man for the Hoppers. He's got a big lead at second base. Nobody is keeping him close. The 2-1 pitch fouled away out of the stadium. 2-2 the count now. And Eastside down to their final strike here from game 1 of our doubleheader.
We'll see if LaGuire Cruz can hold on to this lead, or Van Diver gets one through to tie the game up.
Fans, game 2 will start 30 minutes after the conclusion of game 1. Just a reminder, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the 6th. High and outside on an off-speed pitch. Full count.
You like the eyes right there of Van Diver. He knew that one was way outside.
LaGuire Cruz in relief. His first inning, he's got back-to-back strikeouts, trying to finish it off. Strike 3 on the inside corner. Beavers win game 1.
What a job by Jonathan LaGuire-Cruz. After allowing back-to-back doubles and a run, the Beavers survive and get the win here in Game 1 of this doubleheader here today. What an impressive effort here today by the Beavers. Greg Luukkonen with the start, going 5 innings of shutout baseball and really good effort on the mound. And then LaGuire-Cruz got a little bit of some early trouble, but able to close the door. And the Hoppers rally just falls a little short.
Getting the save is Jonathan LaGuire-Cruz as he strikes out the side in the 6th inning to take Game 1. It was Greg Luukkonen who grabs the win, moving to 1-0 on the season along with the Beavers. Eastside Diamond Hoppers drop to 0-1. Ryan Carolden grabs the loss. Folks, we're going to be back in 30 minutes from Game 2 as they resurface the field and let the kids run the bases for just a few minutes. We'll be back in 30 alongside Alex Johnson. I'm Tom Cavanaugh. Your final score here from Game 1 of our doubleheader between the Beavers and Hoppers. It's 2-1. Birmingham Bloomfield takes it after a couple of sac flies. Peyton Schubert and Christian Ortega both drive in a run. And Jake Shire with an RBI on the Eastside Diamond Hoppers side. Wasn't enough, though, as Jonathan LaGuire-Cruz finishes the job in the 6th. Fans, thanks so much. We'll be back in 30 minutes for Game 2 between Eastside and Birmingham Bloomfield. Thanks so much. You're watching the USPBL Network.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer. Anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
I'm Anthony Tomey, CEO of Tomey Group, and we're one of the largest Jimmy John franchisees in the country. We were using a national payroll company that would only do the payroll, and we had another branch that would only do healthcare benefits, and then we also had another group of HR. So having a company like Tryon that's able to do all three of those things in one makes life so much easier for us. The PEO model that Tryon does so well helps us keep our quality employees.
And that's why we rely on Tryon.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood, because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARBCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARBCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARBCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarbcom.com.
The perfect match. It's what so many of us are looking for. When it comes to getting a mortgage, how can you find the one that's perfect for you? Start at mortgagematchup.com. Because the only way to get a mortgage that's easier and more affordable is to find a local home loan expert first. Go to mortgagematchup.com today.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARPCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARPCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARPCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarpcom.com.
The perfect match. It's what so many of us are looking for. When it comes to getting a mortgage, how can you find the one that's perfect for you? Start at mortgagematchup.com. Because the only way to get a mortgage that's easier and more affordable is to find a local home loan expert first. Go to mortgagematchup.com today.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
Welcome back in, USPBL fans. Getting set for Game 2. In just a few minutes, alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh. We are going to take a moment to recap Game 1 and talk about our starting pitchers in the lineups for Game 2 between the Eastside Diamond Hoppers and the home Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. But Alex, let's first talk about that 2-1 victory. It was a nail-biter coming in late. We saw some manufactured runs from Peyton Schubert and Christian Ortega of the Beavers with some sacrifice flies to get those 2 runs. But, I mean, Ryan Carolden didn't make it easy. But on the other end, Greg Luukkonen, 8 strikeouts through 5 innings, didn't allow a run through his 5 frames. Really impressive start for both pitchers, as we only saw 3 total runs in that ballgame.
Yeah, it's the same amount of runs we had last night in the game versus Unicorns and Mammoths. But going back to the pitchers from the first game here tonight, Tom, both of them were outstanding. Greg Luukkonen going 5 innings, 4 hits. No earned runs, only 1 walk, but 8 strikeouts. He just made the Hoppers a lot of a headache, offensively. Couldn't get really much going until that last inning when Jonathan LaGuire-Cruz came in. But Luukkonen was just in control of that game, and the Hoppers didn't really have an answer for him. And just once he was just in rhythm, he was just unstoppable. But you got to give credit to Ryan Carolden for keeping the Hoppers in the game, going 4 innings, only allowing that 1 run. No walks, 5 punch-outs, and allowing 5 base hits. So he's had a good start to his 2024 season campaign. Unfortunately, getting the loss here today, but he's going to have a chance to come back out here in a few days to recover from that. But then the offense were able to come back in the top of the 6th inning. It was back-to-back doubles by Ben Ferguson and Jake Shire, getting that RBI double to get the Hoppers on the board. But unfortunately, 3 straight strikeouts by the Hoppers to end the game and leaving a runner at second base with nobody out. And we had a chance to maybe force the Beavers to have a chance in the bottom of the 6th or an extra innings like we had last night, but the Beavers able to prevail. LaGuire-Cruz was able to calm down after those 2 extra base hits and really shut them down afterwards, and they're starting off the season off 1-0.
Yeah, it was really impressive. I mean, LaGuire-Cruz, as you said, after giving up those back-to-back doubles, he locked in, struck out the side. The next 3 batters, he sat down. 2 were swinging, 1 was looking. And if you're watching on our screen right now, Anthony Grappito giving his mental health awareness speech right now, talking to our fans. And the entire Stony Creek High School baseball team that's in front, Brendan Davis, who this foundation is in honor of. He was a part of that organization, that team. He went to Stony Creek High School. But those jerseys that the Beavers are wearing are all going to be auctioned off, and all of the proceeds from those auctions are going to go to the Just Be Foundation. So that's what's taking place down here on the field. But Alex, let's turn our attention to Game 2 here. We have Pierce Banks on the mound for the Hoppers, and then Julian Pichardo on the mound for the Beavers. Pierce Banks, I know about him. Got to play against him when he went to Parkway Christian High School back in when I was a sophomore, and he's the real deal. He's played minor league ball. He's very crafty, has a wipeout slide piece. I'm very excited for this pitching matchup, and we're going to see a lot of the same players that we saw in Game 1 for these squads.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how that pitching match is going to be. Pierce Banks, like you mentioned, coming over from Parkway Christian. He's coming back over to the USPBL after spending time with the Minnesota Twins, being signed there in 2021 after spending a couple years there, then coming back over to the USPBL near the tail end of last season, where he made 3 appearances, went 8 2/3 innings, 6 strikeouts, 10 walks, and then 3 earned runs. And then looking over for the Beavers here tonight, Julian Pichardo, he's going to be making his USPBL debut here tonight, coming over from the University of Fort Lauderdale. Spent some time down there, had a little bit of his ERA under 5 in his final year at Fort Lauderdale with a 4-3 record. Did have a good strikeout to walk ratio, 36 strikeouts, 13 base on balls, but it's going to be interesting to see how both of these guys are going to be coming out here in Game 2 of this doubleheader and how these teams will respond offensively in that department.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 lefties in the lineup today. Both right-handed pitchers we're going to see between Pichardo and Banks. So 3 lefties in the lineup for Birmingham Bloomfield, the home team for both both games today, and then Eastside Diamond Hoppers. They're going to feature 4 lefties in Van Diver, Marcoux, Schellenberger, and Ferguson. We'll take a look now at that Diamond Hopper lineup. Blake Van Diver, I mean, it's right in the name there. He made 2 diving plays out there in left center field to save a couple of runs. He was awesome. He's going to play second base here in Game 2, switching from the outfield. Batting second, it's going to be Ben Martin. He's at shortstop. Martin did not play in Game 1, but he's going to be here for Game 2. Coming out of Thomas More. Check that. That's Bailey Martin. I'm sorry. He's going to be batting second. He did play in Game 1. He went 1 for 3. And then Nate Marcoux as well at first base. Marcoux, he was in left field as well. So, Alex, I mean, we're only 3 batters in looking at this, and we've seen guys that are going from the outfield to the infield to the outfield. And then Matt Gehrig, he will DH once again. Bryant Schellenberger, he's in right field for the second straight game. Ben Ferguson, he had a big double to set up that 1 run for the Diamond Hoppers late in Game 1. He will play left again. Zeb Roos in center field. He came in to pinch run and scored the only run for Eastside back in that first game. Whit Hughes, he's going to bat 8th, and he will catch for the second game in a row. And Whit's a great player behind the dish, very sharp between the ears. He does a really nice job. He's the assistant coach, as we hit on back in Game 1. And Todd Maddox playing third for the back-to-back games. He's looking to get his very first hit of the season. And this Diamond Hopper lineup, they're looking to have revenge in Game 2 and split the doubleheader on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, they really do. They have a lot of offensive power. Just really didn't show up in that first game like you would see. No, just getting all that rust down, just getting back into the swing of things. But here in Game 2, now you've got a game under your belt, and it feels like you're going to get some fire under your belt to get things picking up. And I know Coach Cockey's going to make some changes here, both on defensive side and on the offense, but he's just going to try to mix things up to try to keep the Beavers off balance. So it's going to be interesting to see how they come out after that tough loss in Game 1.
Yeah, hopefully a little more run production from both sides. Alex, we've covered 2 contests now, and we've had a total of 6 runs through about several innings of ball, about 13 innings of baseball we've seen, or sorry, 15 innings of baseball. My math is not sharp, but with Anthony Grappito wrapping up his mental health performance on the field right now in front of that entire Stony Creek team and a bunch of onlooking fans and family members and relatives of that Just Beef Foundation and supporters as well. As we mentioned, all of the proceeds of those jerseys that the Beavers are wearing, those special jerseys, that are going to be auctioned off, and all the proceeds going to the Just Beef Foundation. Fans, we're going to be back in just a few minutes for Game 2 of our doubleheader. Don't go anywhere on Mental Health Awareness Night. It's a beautiful Saturday night for some USPBL baseball here at Jimmy John's Field. It's the Beavers. It's the Diamond Hoppers. Pierce Banks going for Eastside. Julian Pichardo on the mound for Birmingham Bloomfield. You're watching USPBL baseball here from the USPBL Network. We'll be right back.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal getter or dream chaser, an empty nester or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
I'm Anthony Tomey, CEO of Tomey Group, and we're one of the largest Jimmy John franchisees in the country. We were using a national payroll company that would only do the payroll, and we had another branch that would only do healthcare benefits, and then we also had another group of HR. So having a company like Tryon that's able to do all three of those things in one makes life so much easier for us. The PEO model that Tryon does so well helps us keep our quality employees.
And that's why we rely on Tryon.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARPCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARPCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARPCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarpcom.com.
The perfect match. It's what so many of us are looking for. When it comes to getting a mortgage, how can you find the one that's perfect for you? Start at mortgagematchup.com. Because the only way to get a mortgage that's easier and more affordable is to find a local home loan expert first. Go to mortgagematchup.com today.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
I'm Anthony Tomey, CEO of Tomey Group, and we're one of the largest Jimmy John franchisees in the country. We were using a national payroll company that would only do the payroll, and we had another branch that would only do healthcare benefits, and then we also had another group of HR. So having a company like Tryon that's able to do all three of those things in one makes life so much easier for us. The PEO model that Tryon does so well helps us keep our quality employees.
And that's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's, $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARBCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARBCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARBCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarbcom.com.
The perfect match. It's what so many of us are looking for. When it comes to getting a mortgage, how can you find the one that's perfect for you? Start at mortgagematchup.com. Because the only way to get a mortgage that's easier and more affordable is to find a local home loan expert first. Go to mortgagematchup.com today.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal getter or dream chaser, an empty nester or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal getter or dream chaser, an empty nester or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
I'm Anthony Tomey, CEO of Tomey Group, and we're one of the largest Jimmy John franchisees in the country. We were using a national payroll company that would only do the payroll, and we had another branch that would only do healthcare benefits, and then we also had another group of HR. So having a company like Tryon that's able to do all three of those things in one makes life so much easier for us. The PEO model that Tryon does so well helps us keep our quality employees.
And that's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARPCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARPCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARPCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarpcom.com.
The perfect match. It's what so many of us are looking for. When it comes to getting a mortgage, how can you find the one that's perfect for you? Start at mortgagematchup.com. Because the only way to get a mortgage that's easier and more affordable is to find a local home loan expert first. Go to mortgagematchup.com today.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Welcome back in Game 2 of our doubleheader here from Jimmy John's Field, part of the USPBL. It's the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers taking on the Eastside Diamond Hoppers.
Thank you very much. Fans, we have to give
No, they were doing a moment of silence.
veterans and active military, they keep your
So as the national anthem is ready to be put together here with the Stony Creek baseball team on the field, the high school team, we will feature our standings and our lineups when we come back in just a moment here on the USPBL Network.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
On the flag.
Welcome back in alongside Alex Johnson. I'm Tom Cavanaugh. We're set for game 2 between the Beavers and Hoppers. Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers are your home team for both games. Winning pitcher from game 1 was Greg Lukanen, throwing 5 innings, giving up no runs, struck out 8 on 4 hits. Jonathan LaGuire-Cruz grabbed the save after giving up 1 run and striking out the side in the 6th inning. We're going to do 6 more innings here for game 2. That's how the doubleheaders work here in the USPBL. We'll take a look at the standings. We're just 1 game in for all 4 teams, both Utica and Birmingham with wins. Yesterday for Utica and today for Birmingham. And Eastside, they dropped game 1 trying to get back to their winning ways here in game 2. And Westside, they're also tied for second or last place, you could say, as they dropped the game 2-1 in a walk-off win for the Utica Unicorns. We've had 2 very tight, close games. We've seen some great pitching. There's been a couple of big swings, Alex, but we haven't seen anything really loud and no big innings yet. It's been a lot of zeros.
Yeah, it really has. All these guys, just getting their first game under the belt. All these returning guys getting back into the swing of things, and the guys coming in, making an impression, just getting all those nerves out from that first game. But now that you got a game in, now you're easing in. Hopefully we can see some fireworks offensively here on both sides here tonight. And both games resulted in 2-1 outcomes. So we'll see if the offense picks it up here in game 2 here tonight.
Yeah, and Alex, we talked about it in game 1. As you just said, got to get a game under your belt and really just get comfortable with playing here at Jimmy John's. So game 2, I expect a little bit more of some offense, but we're going to see 2 good pitchers again. It's Julian Pichardo on the mound right now for the Beavers as we are set to go. Check out the defensive lineup here for the Beavers. Ray Torres the 4th. He's behind the dish doing the catching for Pichardo. At 3rd for the 2nd straight game, it's McLennan. At shortstop, Ben Wilkinson. He was there in game 1. Peyton Schubert at 2nd. Christian Ortega at 1st. The infield is the same. Malik Bolin in left. Brandon Perez in center. And Ray Hilbrick in right. First pitch is fouled away to Blake Van Diver at 8:17 p.m. Another beautiful night, brisk 73 degrees, not a cloud in the sky tonight. Alex, as you said earlier, beautiful night for baseball. You can't ask for anything more.
Yeah, you can't beat a clear sunny night here in downtown Utica, Michigan. Perfect weather for baseball on opening weekend of the 2024 season.
Van Diver takes that pitch high and inside. Pichardo grips that ball with his throwing hand as he folds the glove on his left pec, now comes set near the chin. Fastball way outside. Van Diver does the Soto slide as he moves towards that one.
And Van Diver was 1 for 4 in that first game. He also made those 2 incredible catches out in center field.
Pulled on the ground to first base, blocked up by Ortega. He's got time. He'll take it himself. It's a race to the bag, and out by just a half step there was Blake Van Diver. He made that closer than it should have been, but Ortega also with the bobble.
Yeah, I know it gave Van Diver an extra second to try to beat out Ortega, but Ortega able to get the ball in time, did not panic, just able to step on the bag by about 3/4 of a step of Van Diver. You just got to be careful, especially with the leadoff man. He's going to have a lot of speed, and it's going to be a foot race.
Fans, if you did not see that Blake Van Diver diving catch with the bases loaded back in game 1, head over to Twitter at USPBL and check out those highlights. They're always clipping a few highlights here or there, and that one was a big one. Put the hashtag SportsCenter Top 10, which it could be. I mean, it was a heck of a snag. So 1 out for Bailey Martin at shortstop here in game 2. Played second in game 1. In that game, he was 0 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts.
The USPBL social media team has done a phenomenal job over the since the league started back up in 2016. We've had a lot of highlight plays all over on social media. There have been highlight plays that are up on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. You can find them all there.
So Pichardo down in the count, 2-1 against Martin. Working first base side of the rubber. He's from the stretch as a starter. You'll see that from time to time. Missing inside, now 3 balls and 1 strike. Our umpiring crew has switched places. Ian Land now in the field. Tim Heigl behind the dish. Big deep breath from Pichardo. The 3-1. Inside, he walked him. So one-out base runner here for the Hoppers in the opening frame.
Yeah, just couldn't get anything on that time by Pichardo. As just didn't have the right command right there, and Martin gets rewarded with a walk. Pichardo coming from the Tampa, Florida area. Before his time at University of Fort Lauderdale, he spent time at Savannah State University, as well as Coastal Alabama Community College Minette in Alabama, in Bay Minette.
Cut and a miss from Noah Marcoux, first baseman today. He was in left field in game 1. He was 1 for 2 with a hit by pitch in that first game.
And he got the first hit for the Hoppers to start.
Fouled away. At first base, it was Bailey Martin. He thought about stealing a bag. He started, then stopped. And behind the dish for the Beavers is Ray Torres, the 4th. He's making his first start of the season. It was Ranko Stevanovic behind the plate in game 1.
Martin stole 49 stolen bases in his career at Thomas More University, a former NAIA school, now went to Division II.
Inside corner for strike 3. Nice frame job from Torres, the 4th, behind the dish, and that's out number 2. First strikeout of the night for Julian Pichardo.
Got him on the outside part of the plate and just able to get him in there, and Marcoux is caught looking.
Matt Gehrig will step in with 1 man on and 2 gone. Don't be surprised if Bailey Martin tries to swipe second base here against Torres. A couple of feet off the bag there. Now he goes. Down and away. The throw from Torres, not in time. Stolen bag number 1 on the year for Bailey Martin.
Yeah, I was just saying, you got to be careful on him in that time. And Martin, with his speed, since he brought over from college, just read that perfectly right there.
And that was a tough pitch to try to throw out the runner on, as you had the catcher Torres reaching across his body and into the dirt. It's always tough when it's not in and around your throwing hand side. Outside for ball 2. Gehrig sitting pretty in a hitter's count right now with a runner at second base and 2 outs. Sun starting to set over the left field foul pole, entering nighttime. Some twilight air and sky we're going to see in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Here's a pop-up back in foul territory. It's going to reach out of play. Alex, we've already seen a couple times today some foul balls that originally we expected to be back into the seats near the fans have actually been playable in foul territory, about 75 feet of foul ground from the chalk line, the foul line, all the way until the dugouts and the seats.
Yeah, because of the big foul ground that you have here at Jimmy John's Field. It reminds me of the Oakland Coliseum out in Oakland, California. It's going to be closing at the end of this season with the Oakland Athletics moving to Sacramento before.
Matt Gehrig skies one in the air, deep to left field. This ball's got a chance. Looking up, it's gone. Malin Bowen, watch that ball fly out of here. 2-run jack from Matt Gehrig.
There we go. That's what the fireworks we wanted here and for the USPBL. And Matt Gehrig right there at 86 miles an hour just hung that one high and sent it over that left field fence. Bolin was tracking it all the way, ran out of real estate, and we got our first home run of the year for the USPBL.
Big bomb from Matt Gehrig. He was 0 for 3 in game 1. You could say he was due for that one. Brian Schellenberger puts one on the ground on one hop. Backhand play from Wilcoxon. Throw to first is on a hop, and that ends the inning. Nice swing from Schellenberger, but better play from Wilcoxon ends the frame. A 2-run shot from Matt Gehrig of the Hoppers gives Eastside a 2-0 lead. We go to the bottom of the first inning. You're watching USPBL baseball.
96 miles.
time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
As Pierce Banks gets ready to toss for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers, we'll check out their defense around him. It'll be Whit Hughes for the second straight game behind the dish doing the catching for Banks. Todd Maddox at third, Bailey Martin the shortstop, Blake Van Diver at second, Noah Marcoux at first, and your outfield from left to right, it'll be Ben Ferguson, Zeb Roos, and Bryant Shellbarger. And Pierce Banks, heck of a player. He's played minor league baseball over the last couple of seasons, trying to make his way back in there, but he's also got independent ball experience. The 26-year-old is trying to start his USPBL season out on the right foot. He spent last year with the Eastside Diamond Hoppers as well. And then a few years before that, he was in rookie ball with the Minnesota Twins after being signed here in this league a few years ago.
Yeah, he is, and he was able to try to get back to that after being signed by the Twins a couple years ago. He came back, for a few appearances on the Hoppers. He had 3 appearances. I mentioned 8 2/3 innings, 6 strikeouts, 10 walks, 3 earned runs with an 0-1 record. Played over at Adrian College as well, another Division III school, and also a local guy going to Parkway Christian High School. So in the area, he's looking to start his 2024 season campaign on the right foot.
Beautiful night here in Utica, Michigan at Jimmy John's Field. That sun starting to set over the third base dugout. Might pose some problems for the right fielders today, Hilbrick and Schellenberger. Also the infielders on that right side. First pitch from Pierce Banks to Ben Wilcoxon is high for a ball. It'll be Wilcoxon, Perez, and Bolin here in the bottom half. No worries.
Wilcoxon made some key defensive plays, made that backhanded play to get Schellenberger out to end the last half inning. He is just a really talented player over at shortstop.
It's a breaking pitch that misses high. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Wilcoxon. You're right, he plays a really clean shortstop. Somewhat like Patrick Baggett we saw yesterday with the Utica Unicorns. A couple of really nice shortstops that command that infield. High and inside, missing 3 balls and 1 strike now from Pierce Banks on the mound.
And also able to play cleanly and not try to be over the top or try to do too much. And those are guys what Wilcoxon and Patrick Baggett from last night have done over at that position.
Nice play from our third base coach over there. That's John Dombrowski, I'm pretty sure. Manager over there at third, being able to use those hands, make a play, going back to those old days of playing. I'd like to see first base coach Jacob Raymond get a play down there as well. He's assistant over at Macomb Community College. There's a line drive out to left field from Wilcoxon. It's going to stay up in the air. Ben Ferguson a couple of steps in and puts that in his back pocket for out number 1.
Yeah, gave it out a good ride by Ferguson. It was a good piece of hitting, but didn't get enough air over it as Ferguson is able to make the routine catch.
Yeah, on a change piece like that, you can easily be fooled and kind of put a weak swing on it, but not Wilcoxon there. You know, hanging tough on an off speed when you're a little bit out in front and still lining it out to left field. It's a good swing, even though he didn't like the result.
Yeah, only came off at 76 miles per hour off his bat, so Ferguson had a lot of time and knew he had a chance to just make the routine out.
Brandon Perez. He was 0 for 3 in game 1 in the 2-1 victory for the Beavers. Strike called on the outside corner, evens the count up. Temperature starting to drop along with the sun right now. No wind swirling around as Perez skies one in the air to right field. Coming in a few steps, Schellenberger handles. 2 gone.
And just right there again. And just a little bit of a hanging time on that one at 75 from Banks, and just send it right over to Schellenberger, and there's a couple of lazy fly balls here to start.
Yeah, Perez, he was on that pitch just a little bit underneath it. You know, baseball's a game of inches and centimeters, man, because if you hit that ball on the screws and get a little bit more barrel, you're going to put that ball onto the berm near all the fans with their blankets. but also if you hit that ball underneath the baseball by just a couple centimeters, an inch, it results in that, a lazy fly out to right field. So it's all about those millimeters in just being able to hit that ball right on the nose. The 1-0-0-1 pitch, is inside. It's now 1-1 to Malin Bolin.
The people might know how much of a difference it could be, if you're just a tad a little bit higher, a tad a little low of where you hit it off your bat.
Bolin chops one on the ground to third base. It's going to roll foul as Todd Maddox goes to swipe that. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pierce Banks able to retire the first 2 in the air. Wilcoxon with a line out, and Perez just flew out to right.
It's going to be important here for the Hoppers if they can able to just have a clean inning, to start for their pitching wise. But we saw in the last game with Carolden, he got like the leadoff man on many times throughout the game, and we're seeing if Pierce Banks can try to have a cleaner inning, cleaner performance here for the Hoppers.
Hoppers looking to split the doubleheader. They lost game 1 2-1. Fastball inside corner for strike 3. Bolin wants to know where that pitch is at. It doesn't matter as Pierce Banks will walk off that mound with 1 strikeout and a 1-2-3 frame. We go to the second. It's 2-0 Hoppers after the Matt Gehrig 2-run homer. This is your home for USPBL baseball. Julian Pichardo out for his second inning of work, and let's talk about that Matt Gehrig home run for the Hoppers in that opening frame. But first, it couldn't be a better night, Alex. I mean, 73 degrees, not a cloud in the sky, and that humidity sort of common to what you'd see down in the southern states, in Tennessee, Georgia, Florida as well. And that's a big goose egg at the bottom. 0 chance of rain. We got some drizzle at the end yesterday, but it doesn't look like anything's in the forecast today.
Yeah, just a clear skies. Couldn't have asked for a better night. For opening weekend here, day 2 of this season, and these fans looking to have 2 great games here tonight. Game 1 was a fun one.
First pitch from Pichardo to Ben Ferguson is outside for a ball, and we're going to take a quick break. But how big is it for the Hoppers to have that first inning 2-run homer off the bat at Gehrig, because they only scrapped together 1 run, and it was in the last inning back in game 1.
Yeah, it just really feels really good for them to start off on the right foot and get the offense going early. Waiting too late there in the last game, put yourself in a really tough spot because you're trying to do too much to get back into the game. They were fortunate to have those back-to-back doubles, to start the 6th inning in that last game, but unfortunately got struck out 3 times straight to end the game. And the mindset coming into game 2, you had a little bit of an extended break, kind of get into the second game, and Coach Ryan Cockey, got into the guys and just wanted them to adjust and play their style of play, and they came out here strong.
2-1 pitches on the ground to first. High glove grab from Ortega. He touches on to first for a 3 unassisted. 1 up, 1 down as Ferguson bounces out.
And it was a good swing off the bat of Matt Gehrig, who thought, like, we've seen, in the early parts of today and then last night, it was just hung up in the air so much, like it was just going to be just a routine fly ball out to left field, and you saw Malik Bolin just tracking it all the way back to the wall, and you saw it was gone.
Yeah, with no wind going out to left field either, that just shows the sheer power that Matt Gehrig has in being able to put that thing out of here about 325 feet over the wall and left. The 1-0 pitch misses inside to Zeb Roos in center field. He was a pinch runner in the 6th inning, scored the only run for the Hoppers in place of Ben Ferguson. He's the commander of the outfield here in Game 2. Takes a 2-0 fastball inside corner.
Hey, we're taking over the spot that was Blake Van Divers in Game 1, so...
He's got big shoes to fill, though. Yeah, Van Diver, we've said multiple times, some great catches out there. Roos takes a fastball high. It's 3-1.
And you just want to be able to make a really good first impression for all these guys. The fans, trying to know you, and probably the fans out there to try to root for you, and making plays like that.
Check swing, and it's strike two. Yeah. We're going to go to a full count. JJ wanted to grab the bat. Roos better know better later in this season that he can't drop the bat unless he knows for sure he's getting down there. I mean, JJ's got one job, and that's to grab that bat. Oh, sorry, 2 jobs. He hydrates the umpires, and then he's able to grab those bats. So Roos got to hold on to that bat, or else JJ is going to be coming out of that dugout.
Yeah, he got a little bit too excited there, JJ, and once he saw Roos just drop the bat.
Line drive on the 3-2 from Zeb Roos into center field. And now JJ can go grab that bat that Roos had a nice swing on, but well done from both JJ the Waterboy and Zeb Roos. It's a 1-out base runner here for the Hoppers in the 2nd.
JJ hits the star of the show here at Jimmy John's Field.
As he should be.
Just an incredible fan favorite over the last few seasons, and everyone gets out of their seat for him. But I like that piece of hitting right off the bat of Roos over into center field. It just dropped in.
Whit Hughes with a man on, a man out. First pitch fastball high and inside. Whit in Game 1 was 0 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts, and he's catching his 2nd full game here in the doubleheader. And that just shows his experience and the ability to catch both games. Quick pick over to first from Pichardo. Some guys, they can't go 2 full games behind the dish, but head coach Ryan Kotke has faith in his guy Whit Hughes, and I mean, he's going to show all day that he can definitely do that.
Yeah, it's a different circumstance of playing 6-inning games compared to a full 9, so it doesn't take a whole toll off of you, behind the plate. So he has faith in Whit Hughes to be able to go 2 full games behind the dish. So it's not really much of an issue, but it is for a struggle for many guys. You see at the college level who play 2 9-inning games or a 9 and a 7 that the coaches decide to do. So
Pichardo checks the runner a couple times and now delivers a breaking ball in the lower outer corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes here to Whit Hughes.
Got to keep an eye on Zeb Roos over there at first base. He's been thinking about trying to steal second, and Pichardo's been keeping an eye on him real closely.
Down and away on the 1-2. We're going to even up the count at 2s with 1 gone. 2-0 lead for the Hoppers thanks to Matt Gehrig, a 2-run blast back in the 1st. Pierce Banks for Eastside was able to retire the Beavers 1-2-3 in the bottom half of the 1st inning. There he goes. Roos takes off for second. This ball's pulled on the ground. In between short and third. Diving play from Wilcoxon, and he's got to hold it. Instead of a base hit to the outfield, it's an infield hit for Hughes, his first knock of the season, and it's 2 on with 1 out.
I still do like the aggressiveness of Wilcoxon just to get underneath that ball and prevent it from going any further, or having Roos go from first to third. He was going on the hit and run, and it worked out for him.
Yeah, there was a chance Zeb's able to make it to third, even though that ball would have been in left field and a very short throw for Malin Bolin. Roos has speed. He could have gotten there, and Wilcoxon keeps it on the infield with a heck of a diving play.
Yeah, Roos had 37 stolen bags in his final year at Maryville University. So these guys have a lot of speed. They're trying to get more athleticism from these guys because that's going to be really needed, especially how baseball has been going in the last few seasons to add more offense.
Maddox throws a pitch down and away. The back pick to second is in time. Zeb Roos picked off. Ray Torres, the fourth behind the dish, throws a bullet down to second, and applying the tag was Ben Wilcoxon. That's another base running error we've seen over the last couple of games from these guys. That stuff will be touched up in the next couple of weeks as, guys get more comfortable and familiar. But those type of plays can't happen with less than 2 outs and 2 on.
I know that, but Torres threw that right on the money.
What a pick.
Yeah. Good.
Torres, he just saved another base runner down to second base. That ball came 3 or 4 feet in front of the plate, and he glove saved it on the backhand.
He's just been doing a really good job right there in those last few. Going back to that pickoff play, that caught stealing play there, rather. He just threw it right on the money. Wilcoxon able to get the tag, and they got Roos out. So
2 balls and 2 strikes now to Todd Maddox at the hot corner for the second straight game for the Hops. Game 1, he was 0 for 3. Twos are wild with now the single base runner Whit Hughes at first. 2-2 is high and inside. We're going to push to full.
Just a little bit upstairs right there from Pichardo. Not only has to get one more strike to get out of this inning, rather than need another out, thanks to his catcher, Torres.
The 3-2 is tapped in the box.
Yeah, it hit off of Maddox, so play is blown dead.
So we'll do it all over again. 3-2 with 2 outs. Off on the pitch. Running for second is Hughes. Heck of a throw from Raymond Torres, the fourth. Back picking the runner down at second base, and Zeb Roos. His secondary was just a little too large, and Ray knew it. Here's a ground ball gloved up the middle from Pichardo, and he's going to underhand flip to first for the final out. Nice play from the starting pitcher of the Beavers, and his catcher nabs the man down at second base for the second out of the inning. 2 hits, 1 left on, no runs. In the top of the second inning, we're going to the bottom half here. It's 2-0 Hoppers on top of the Beavers. This is your home for USPBL baseball.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Tonight's USPBL doubleheader featuring the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers and the Eastside Diamond Hoppers is presented by Bell's Beer. For the past 35 years, Bell's Brewery has been inspired to brew beers that you can count on, not just for taste, but quality. From Two Hearted Ale to Oberon to new classics, Official Hazy IPA or the easy drinking Golden Ale, Bell's has brewed inspired beers since 1985. Bell's Brewery, Comstock, Michigan. Please drink responsibly. Alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh, getting ready for the bottom of the second inning, I should say. But at that break there, Alex, we got to see Andrew Huffman, who was a product of the Utica Unicorns, being signed to a Major League organization just about a week and a half ago. And 52 players being signed by MLB organizations over the last 7 seasons is very impressive, and just speaks a lot to what this league can do for guys.
Yeah, congratulations to Andrew Huffman on his incredible job in his time with the Unicorns last season, being part of that championship team. And this is what the USPBL is all about. It's preparing these guys to get to that next level, and it's been incredible. 52 players being signed by major league organizations, and then 6 players have made it all the way up to the pros. We saw 2 players from got called up last season to the major league roster, so it's been incredible to watch, and we're excited and interested to see what's going to happen on later in the season and who gets signed next.
I got a lot of confidence that we're watching them over the last couple of days as we feature all 4 teams here from the USPBL. Starting out 2 balls and 1 strike is Ray Hilbrick. 4, 5, 6 batters after Pierce Banks retired. The first 3 in order. Huge swing and a miss at a breaking ball low and inside.
Yeah,
and, Pierce does a really nice job at changing speeds. He's in the upper 80s to 90 with his fastball, and he's throwing that curveball there at 76 miles an hour.
Yeah, it just really fooled Hilbrick right there.
Pop fly out of play from Hilbrick, or is it out of play? Giving chase and not able to get there, running out of room was the third baseman Todd Maddox, but you never know.
Yeah, especially all that foul ground. I was saying right before that Matt Gehrig home run, and a couple innings ago, being the foul ground similar to the Oakland Coliseum, so there's a lot of room to work with. And the thing about the Coliseum is you have like the bullpens like right in foul ground.
Yeah, it's different here. I mean, not by much, but they are tucked in a little behind some netting. Pulled on the ground to second base from Hilbrick. Fielding cleanly, Van Diver, he tosses on to first, and it's 4 straight retired here for Pierce Banks to open up the ball game.
Yeah, he's just doing a phenomenal job. This is the play that Banks wants to do here. Just play his style and retire in the first 4 he sees. And a good job there by Van Diver. Now, moving over from the outfield to the infield, you don't really see that much. Guys,
no. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, don't really see guys from that much. Making the jump from center field, making 2 incredible catches, now playing in the infield.
Here's a fly ball on the first pitch off the bat of Christian Ortega to right field. Schellenberger, no trouble with that at all. 2 up, 2 down quickly, and another fly ball. That's the 3rd straight out of 5 recorded out, or sorry, not 3rd straight, 3rd out of 5 recorded outs here for Pierce Banks that have been fly balls to the corner outfielders.
Yeah, just shows a lot what Banks has been doing.
I mean, one thing about baseball is it's always easier to record outs and get those outs if the ball is in the air instead of on the ground. Because if you hit a ground ball, those infielders have to field and throw, and then a catch has to be made for the out. With a fly ball, you just need to make the catch, and that's your out. So you definitely prefer balls in the air than you would on the ground. Here's E.J. Dasco making his very first appearance this season in the USPBL. Swing and a miss. Makes it 1 ball and 1 strike.
Dasco coming from Miami, Florida. He played at the University of Tampa, NCAA Division II school in the Sunshine State Conference.
Very familiar with EJ and what he's been able to do over at Tampa for the Spartans. They had an incredible year. Got to watch him. My brother was a part of the Florida Southern Mocs, and they play Tampa in that Sunshine State Conference. And boy, their team was legit. They went over 40 games a year. They made a deep run in the playoffs in the Division II World Series, and EJ was a big part of that as well.
Yeah, it's just really incredible, for you to know him, and before even getting to the USPBL and having that connection and working and getting to know him, and just incredible to see. And
EJ's going to DH here in this second game of the doubleheader. He's tied up in the count 2-2 with 2 gone. Pierce Banks has been firing on all cylinders tonight on the mound for Eastside. The 2-2 is popped up out of play back towards the road.
Yeah, had a really good pitch right there at 90 miles an hour right down the middle. He hit .333 in his final year at Tampa. Did have a little bit of power with 6 home runs and 22 RBIs.
Twos are wild here in the bottom of the second inning. It's 2-0. Hoppers lead. Cut and a miss. On a breaking ball outside. Pierce Banks, 2 strikeouts through 2, and he's retired the first 6 that he's faced. We go to the third. Hoppers lead at 2-0. You're watching USPBL Baseball.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal getter or dream chaser, an empty nester or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
Two 2-0 Eastside as we enter the third inning of play. Remember, folks, it's just a 6-inning ball game here from Game 2 of our doubleheader. So it's 2 6-inning games all year long, and those doubleheaders only going to be featured on Saturday afternoons at 5:30 and 7:30. Tomorrow on Sunday, it's a 1:05 start.
Going to be a rematch of Friday night's game between the Unicorns and the Mammoths. Also going to be Bark in the Park Day at the ballpark. So bring your dogs out to the ballpark tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, JJ will have a few friends to hang out with, but he's still got to do his job, you know. Line drive up the middle on the 0-1 pitch to Blake Vandiver, and a good start here for Eastside in the third. They grabbed their only 2 runs in the first frame, and back to their big swinging ways right there as Vandiver gets his first hit of this game.
Yeah, he had the first time the Hoppers have had the leadoff man on. He just sent that one right up the middle. It just blooped into center, and Vandiver continuing to make himself known here in his debut here tonight, and both offensively and defensively.
He had a hit in game 1, makes that 2 now in the season for him with that shot up the middle. Julian Pichardo back out for his third inning of work, and Bailey Martin cuts and misses at the first pitch. Martin walked, stole a base, and came around to score on the Gehrig home run. He swings and misses again, 0-2. Another off speed from Pichardo, and Martin was way out in front of that one.
Yeah, that off speed, when you get in the low to mid 70s, it just really makes you it just really affects you as a hitter with that slower speed than what you're used to as a fastball. Used to seeing as a fastball, I should say, but it's just an adjustment that you have to just quickly realize. And
yeah, pitch recognition is something that, you know, divides the good players from the great ones. And being able to, I guess, influence your swing based on the pitch is what makes guys so good. Sliding over and making the stop is Ray Torres, the fourth. And it was a quick pick over to first base at Vandiver. He is also a base-stealing threat, along with Martin, who's at the dish right now. So many guys on this Hoppers team that have a lot of speed and are going to be able to take some extra bases this year. Stealing second, maybe third. We'll see a double steal here or there. 1-2 is high. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to the shortstop, Bailey Martin.
And you want to be able to have that as a unit to eliminate double play opportunities. If you're able to steal second base and eliminate that from the equation and put yourself in a better position and able to score at a faster pace,
Ball tap fouled on the third base line. It'll stay at 2-2. But, Alex, I'll tell you one thing. You also have to be mindful of who's behind the plate. And we saw Ray Torres, the fourth, behind the dish for the Beavers. He hosed the runner at second base, Zeb Bruce. And that was on a back pick. He wasn't even trying to steal a base there. So there's a cannon behind the dish for the Beavs right now. And got to be a little hesitant if you're the Hoppers trying to swipe a bag against him. The 2-2 is lined into left field. This could be extra bases, but coming around to make the grab on a couple of hops is Malin Bolin. It'll just be a single. I thought that might get down into the corner, but Bolin reached it on a few hops.
Yeah, just a good read from the veteran Bolin. Took it on one hop. Just made sure all the runners were staying put, or if Van Diver was going to head over to third, he put on the brakes, which was a smart decision right there. But you got two runners on, nobody out, and you got the Hardy order coming up with Noah Marcoux.
We know Schellenbarger and Wright's got a heck of an arm. We saw him zip one home from pretty deep out there, and Bolin as well for the Beavers. Here's the lefty, Noah Marcoux. He leaves the first pitch inside for a ball at 86. Strikeout looking his first time back in the opening frame. And Matt Gehrig waits on deck. He was the man to give Eastside their 2-0 lead. 2 on, nobody out after a couple of base hits. Here's a line drive into right field. This is going to fall for a base hit for Marcoux. Holding up at third is Van Diver, and the Diamond Hoppers have them loaded with nobody out here in the third.
And that was ripped off the bat at 85 miles an hour with the exit velocity off of Marcoux. Coach Cocky over at third base, putting the hands up really quickly, as that was not deep enough for Van Diver to score. But it sets up a bases loaded opportunity for Matt Gehrig right here, who already has a home run here today.
Gehrig put it into the stratosphere, out to straightaway left field, and that ball just kept going. He was 0 for 3 in game 1 and starts off with a homer in game 2. Here's a pop-up. Foul territory. It could be playable. Christian Ortega, he battles, falls to his knees, and makes the catch.
That is just a huge first out right there. Ortega, just, it's hard with the night sky right there. Just took a few steps, and it will get down for it to make the catch. Not an easy play at all, but Ortega able to haul it in, keep the runners where they're at.
Yeah, this twilight right now is actually the toughest time to be able to catch a ball in the sky. It's very similar. That grayish dark blue gives the ball a little bit of a masking look when you're trying to field one out there, and it makes it kind of invisible, and you can lose it at times. Brian Schellenbarger, he taps the first pitch foul towards the third base line. He grounded out to shortstop on a one-hop line. It was a great play from Wilcoxon to get him.
Yeah, it was off of Van Diver, and he was just getting it out of the way right there. But Schellenbarger, in these opportunities, he could be dangerous, so you got to be careful right here if you're a Pichardo.
Torres slides over and makes that catch as he was set up outside. And the beautiful night sky right now as the sun is almost done setting over the on-deck facility right behind our field here on the third base side. Schellenbarger awaits. He taps the 1-1 on the ground to second base. Bounce hop for Schubert. He throws to first. They get the runner Schellenbarger, but an RBI for him. Coming in to score is Blake Van Diver, and it's 3-0 Eastside.
You would have liked the double play ball if you were the Beavers. Schubert, didn't have any chance to turn two, so he got the for sure out over at first base to sacrifice a run in. It does move two runners in scoring position, though, but you limit the damage as much as you can.
And that's where you had to go with it right there. A soft ground ball to second base for Brian Schellenbarger. Gets his first RBI of the season. 3-0 Hoppers. As Ben Ferguson takes the first pitch fastball high and inside, he lifts up the arms.
And usually in those situations, players are like, I have to go for two and try to turn it into a double play. But in that time, you realize the situation that was not going to happen. It was cost yourself a run, but you didn't want to risk not getting out there as well. So.
And that took a funky hop at the end, too. It was a high bounce, and reaching up to the forehand side, the glove side, I should say, was Peyton Schubert. Wagging the bat over the left shoulder is Ben Ferguson. He had a double in game 1. He puts one up the middle, off the foot of Pichardo. There could be a play at first. Max McLennan on the assist from the foot of Julian Pichardo for out number 3. That one goes 1-5-3 to end the inning. That could have been a couple more runs. Great swing from Ferguson, but a heck of a play from Max McLennan to end the frame.
Yeah, just really good right there by McLennan to pick up his pitcher and able to throw it over for the out.
Schellenbarger extends the lead 3-0. Pierce Banks back on the mound for the Hops. You're watching USPBL Baseball. So after the fifth third out of the ball game, alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh. We're going to feature JJ the Water Boy. We've seen JJ a few times today. He's been all over the field doing a great job. I'm not sure if he is giving Ian Land a drink at the moment, but we still got to give that good boy his props. JJ the Water Boy, sponsored by Michigan First Credit Union. He always makes sure our umpires are hydrated and ready to go every single inning, and now he gets a treat to fuel him for the rest of the game. That he's probably had a couple today, which is awesome, but it's just a different promotional piece of this USPBL experience for both the players and the fans to see a well-trained dog be able to pick up those bats and hydrate the umpires.
Yeah, he really does a phenomenal job in doing that and trying to get the fans engaged, and having a guy like JJ do his job and able to be an entertainer for the fans. So he always does good work. He joined the USPBL back in 2018, and he's back for another season. He had a really good time last night, for opening night, and it was a good turnout. It's been a good showing here today as well. We had a good game 1, and game 2 is looking like the same way as of right now.
First pitch pulled on the ground to Max McLennan. It's down the line, fair. McLennan going to have to put the brakes on at first. A hard single, and now the ball's tossed around towards the first baseman, Ortega. Check that, towards Marcoux. It was Todd Maddox at third base. But a nice swing from Max McLennan.
Yeah, he's had a good job. Good night here so far as well. That one just hit off the top glove of Maddox, but McLennan, he's just really having a good showing here so far here tonight. He got his first hit of the season, and we mentioned in game 1, I was able to talk with him before today's games. He's just really happy to be here, being a local guy. He played over at U of M Dearborn, went to Warren Mott High School, not too far from here. So he was just another guy that is going to be a really key piece for John Dombrowski's squad. And
Banks almost touching 90 with that fastball. 89 on the gun. He gets a swing and a miss from Ray Torres IV, who's been awesome behind the plate today for the Beavers.
Yeah, Torres getting his first at-bat here tonight, coming from Brooklyn, New York. He was a part of the Washington Nationals farm system. He last played.
This ball's put on the ground to third base. Maddox throws to second, down to first. Double play. 5-4-3. It goes Maddox, Van Diver to Marcoux. That's exactly what Pierce Banks needed, and his defense behind him is picking him up.
Yeah, they really did that time. Maddox able to recover from that ball that was off his glove when McLennan got his base hit, but just good work here to get the bases clear for 2 outs. And mentioning Ray Torres, he last played in the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs of the Nationals farm system before turning into that double play. So he's another guy that has a lot as minor league experience.
Breaking ball for strike 1 to Peyton Schubert. Schubert with a sac fly in game 1. He was one of the 2 RBI men. It was both Schubert and Christian Ortega, both of them in the lineup here for game 2. Quickly, no balls and 2 strikes to Peyton now.
Yeah, Banks has been in control here now. Now that the base is clear, he got into a little bit of some trouble, but he's able to group there. Just not the pitch he had in mind right there. Goes off of Hughes to the backstop.
He just missed with that one, but on 0-2, you can really throw whatever you want because with the type of control that Pierce Banks has, he's not going to lose a guy in 4 straight pitches unless Schubert really works a count. Here's a chopper on the ground to shortstop. Martin fields, throws. That ends the frame. Leadoff base hit from Max McLennan is stymied with a 5-4-3 double play, and Schubert finishes off with a nice put out at shortstop. We're headed to the 4th inning of action. It's 3-0 Hoppers as they're trying to split the doubleheader here at Jimmy John's Field on a Saturday night. This is your home for USPBL baseball.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Going to do a quick resurface of the infield here as we're set for the 4th inning of action, just about halfway through our ball game. Alex, it's been another tight contest. Pierce Banks is shoving right now for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. We've seen a big swing off the bat of Matt Gehrig, and Julian Pichardo also doing a nice job, even though he did give up that bomb in the 1st inning. Since then, he's been all right.
Yeah, Pichardo's eased into the game, though, making his first start in the USPBL. Just, maybe a little bit of nervousness, not just for him, but from all the guys. That's been the key point here tonight. But maybe not like that, but just, playing in such this environment, playing in front of a couple thousand people here tonight. But Pichardo, ever since that home run, he has eased into the game. He's settled in. But I think with now just only a 3-run deficit here, his offense is going to try to pick him back up here. Well, they helped Greg Luukkonen in that first game really nicely.
This game could be 4 or 5-0 if not for that 1-5-3 putout at the end of the 3rd inning. 2 balls and no strikes. Zeb Roos will start out in that right-handed box against Pichardo. But it was a line shot up the middle from Ben Ferguson. Glances off of the back foot of Pichardo, and McLennan at 3rd was there to clean it up. There's a strike called.
Yeah, that's just really good work there by your infielders to pick up your pitcher on those plays like that, because it's just really difficult, and you just have to think quickly. And McLennan heads up play to throw it over to the first baseman for the out.
There's a line drive off the bat of Roos into right field. A couple of steps in is Ray Hilbrick. He makes the catch. 1 gone here in the 4th.
And we've seen a lot of those routine fly balls just in the air and just right at it at the outfielders with no problem. So
yeah, it was Pichardo who faced the 7, 8, 9 hitters back in the 2nd. Both Roos and now at the plate Whit Hughes both had singles, and a good start for Pichardo as he gets the line out in right field off the bat of Roos. Swing and a miss from Hughes. He's going to take a second and regroup. So just like the major league rules, there are a few things that are very similar, which is the pitch count. And then another is that every batter gets 1 timeout throughout the game. So, throughout the at-bat, I should say. So they're able to take a break and regroup for a second as Hughes pops one up, 3rd base side, foul territory. Overrunning the ball is McLennan there as that bounces just a few feet behind him. That's a tough grab. I mean, that ball is swirling up there in the twilight sky, and you can see it as he overruns it by just a few feet. It bounces back on the infield foul grass.
Yeah, like you mentioned there, it's just getting a little bit dark outside. No, even with the stadium lights hovering over, McLennan maybe just lost an eye of it for a second. You think you got it, and then you overran it.
Well, ball's 2 strikes. Pichardo delivers. That's in the dirt, blocked up by Torres. But this is the toughest time of the night to find the ball, Alex. I mean, once that sun completely drops and the sky is black with some stars out there, it's much easier to pick up that white baseball. But right now, it's kind of that gray area, and you can lose it in the sky.
Also, like, even in the daylight, the sun's right on you. Like, that's also a worse time too. But
2 balls and 2 strikes. That one's high and inside. Just some experience playing the outfield. I'd sit there between whenever the sun goes down, 7:30 to about 9 o'clock, maybe 8 o'clock to 9, and that's when it would really get spicy. Here's a lazy fly ball out to left field. Coming in a few steps, Bolin, and he'll make the catch. 2 up, 2 down. That'll bring up Todd Maddox.
Yeah, Hughes just sent that one out to left, right down in the heart of the plate. But didn't really get enough on it, and Bolin able to make the catch. But
it's a great bounce back from Julian Pichardo. We mentioned he gave up base hits back in the second to Roos and Hughes. He retires both in order to start the inning. Maddox, he grounded back to the mound. It was a nice glove hand play from Pichardo. His opening pitch is a fastball high and inside for ball 1.
And if you're the Hoppers, you want to be able to play at your style of play and able to keep it going here. No, you have a 3-run lead, but no lead safe here. Still got a lot of action left. And man, Maddox just got hit right in the back.
Yeah, Pichardo squared him up, kind of glanced off the shoulder a little bit, not quite splitting the numbers, but Maddox will find his way on any way he can. And that'll bring up Blake Van Diver back to the top in the lineup for the Hops.
And Pichardo really did not want to do that. Just take care of the bottom of the order and get your offense back up to work. But mistakes happen like that, and Pichardo just didn't have that in mind.
Yeah, that's a great point you make. You want to get those 7, 8, 9 hitters in order and then start fresh with the top of the lineup in that next frame. But Pichardo's the type of guy that can work out of a situation like this. We saw him do it in strand 2 back in the second after back-to-back base hits. There's a strike call to Blake Van Diver, who's 1 for 2. He scored on an RBI ground out from Brian Schellenbarger back in the third.
And able to hit that one at the low corner at the knees.
Pichardo checks the runner. Here's a line drive out to right field, right at Ray Hilbrick. Nice swing from Van Diver, but he just hit it a bit too hard, and Ray didn't have to move a muscle. Hit batter to Todd Maddox is all for the Hops in the top of the 4th. We're headed to the bottom half. 3-0 Eastside on top of the Beavers. Here from Game 2 of our doubleheader on a gorgeous Saturday night on the USPBL Network.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARBCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARBCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARBCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarbcom.com.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Bottom of the 4th inning, alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh. Just getting a few views of the fans here today, spending their Saturday night at the ballpark. I'm glad to have them along with us. But if you're watching as well on the YouTube or Facebook Live, we appreciate you for tuning in today and all season long. And Pierce Banks, he will resume his time on the mound.
Yeah, I'd like to thank all of our fans tuning in to the USPBL network. Far and wide here. We've had a lot of people tune in last night on both the YouTube and Facebook channels, and we're really happy to be back here for another season of the USPBL and getting to showcase these guys, give them their background, some stories about them, some interesting facts, and and able to, all the action to you and your fans listening at home.
So as we enter the bottom half of the fourth inning and a 3-0 lead for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers, it's back to the top of the lineup and Ben Wilcoxon, who swings and loses his bat all the way down near the dugout on the third base side. This happened once yesterday as well, Alex. Let's see this time if, yep, he is. Ben's going to grab some pine tar this time. I forget who it was last night, but it was a big lefty that swung out of his shoes, lost the bat, and he just went right back up to the box.
Yeah, he's also fortunate it didn't break in half or anything, how it was going like that. So,
yeah, maybe if he was Bo Jackson on the swing, he'd break it right at the handle, but he'll grab a little extra spray and some tar and resume his time in the box. So one base hit came from Max McLennan through the first time through the order for the Beavers, but it was retired in order due to the 5-4-3 double play we had last inning by that Hoppers infield.
Yeah, so he's faced the minimum, which has been what Banks has been wanting to do here, and he's shown his command. What a nice pitch, off speed at 71 right there, just froze Wilcoxon, a former Division II product from Kentucky Wesleyan.
Here's the 0-2 pitch from Banks. High and inside, leaning out of the way is Wilcoxon. He lined out to left field his first time, was just a little bit in front of a changeup off the hand of Banks.
Yeah, just missed it upstairs right there, 89.
Banks sets near the chin, twisting that glove a little bit, twitching it, trying to hide whatever he's gripping in his glove. You'll see Ryan Dempster was the main guy. He played a long time for the Cubs, and he would twist his glove and continue to twitch it. So when he would groove that pitch in his hand, you couldn't tell what it was. The 2-2 on the ground. What a play on the handcuff at third from Todd Maddox, and he throws out Ben Wilcoxon. That was impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Todd Maddox right there. It was just a line drive. Took one hop over on the ground, on the dirt, to Maddox, just able to fire that over to Marcoux.
And that was kind of in between hop, and you can see right there as Wilcoxon gives him the nod of approval there. Heck of a play from Todd. It was an in-betweener, and he was handcuffed on it. Had to make the play close to his left side of the hip. And a beautiful throw to first. Nice start to the fourth. First pitch to Bramden Perez is skied out to center field. Not deep. Coming in a few steps, Zeb Roos. He'll put that in his back pocket. 2 gone.
Yeah, I like the aggressiveness right there off of Perez, swinging that first pitch, and just unfortunately just hung in the air too long and not deep enough, and able to make that routine catch out there. Zeb Roos, we mentioned, taking over the duties for Van Diver.
I think we're going to see a lot of different guys playing multiple positions, because that's a huge thing that a lot of these scouts are looking for when they're trying to evaluate talent and bring them on to a major league organization. Being able to play the outfield, infield catch, play some corner infield as well, those are all intangibles that are very valuable to a lot of these scouts that are watching these games. So a guy like Van Diver that can play second and center field, it's going to pay dividends down the road when guys are making decisions about you. Here's a line drive, weakly to third, caught by Maddox. A couple of nice plays from the Hoppers third baseman, and it's another 1-2-3 inning for Pierce Banks and Eastside. We go to the fifth. It's all Hoppers tonight in Game 2 as they lead 3-0 over Birmingham Bloomfield. We'll be right back. This is your home for USPBL Baseball.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
Julian Pichardo back again in the 5th inning. It's a 3-0 lead for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers, and the Beavers right now just being one hit through 4 frames, and Eastside trying to get back to their big hitting ways. They scored 2 in the first, 1 in the third. And they're looking for more as Bailey Martin steps in, who's 1 for 1 with a walk.
Yeah, they're looking to add on to this lead and just keep it going here. Keep the pedal to the metal right now, and just want to be able to play their style of play, and that's what they've been doing sort of when last season had a really good offensive chemistry and had a good core. Now coming back this season, though, took a tough one in that first game, but trying to bounce back, start off 1-1. And you get some time off. They'll have some non-public games, in the middle of the week, starting next week, and then games get back to work in front of the fans starting up next Friday.
Ground ball from Bailey Martin pulled towards McLennan at third, and the pick at first from Christian Ortega is good. Heck of a pick-me-up play from the Beavers' first baseman as McLennan left that in the dirt.
And just a good throw by McLennan. And Ortega able to get it over. How he got the tag on the back of Martin to ensure that he was out, and the infield umpire approved it, and he was retired, 1 gone.
Yeah, he left that way short, and Ortega had to keep his glove out moving towards the infield. Foul ball from Noah Marcoux, but you'll see a lot of times with first basemen that are unsuccessful with picks, they take their glove and they scoop upwards instead of outwards. If you want to make that pick on a very long hop that way, you have to move your glove out towards whoever threw it to you. You can't go up with it. Swing and a miss from Marcoux makes it 0-2.
Yeah, we'll take a big chase on that one, off speed at 76 right there.
Julian Pichardo has gone 4 and a third innings. He's given up 3 runs, all earned. Also 6 hits as well. Here's time called in the box from Marcoux. His one time that he can call timeout. Home plate umpire Tim Heigl recognizes. Matt Gehrig waits on deck. He had the 2-run blast back in the first. That pitch rides high and outside. Little change piece there to Marcoux. He's going to leave it alone.
Yeah, Marcoux is another dangerous hitter. Mentioned from last season. Was a key part of that offense for Coach Cockey's squad.
1-2 pitch, low and inside. Mind if we get a bullpen shot on either side?
And he hit 291 last season. Did have a good on-pace percentage of 422.
2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out to Noah Marcoux. 1 for 2 with a base hit and a strikeout. And we're going to push to full.
Yeah, Marcoux being really patient up at the plate, and I like that from him. A guy that was, hit below 300 last season, but was a guy that's been used to hitting almost close to 400 during his time at Davenport.
Cut and a miss on an off-speed from Julian Pichardo. That's just his 2nd strikeout of the afternoon, and a big one to put 2 down with nobody on here in the top of the 5th.
Yeah, that's just a really good pitch right there. Had some movement. Marcoux was just too late on it. And that's just a huge out from a really good guy who's had 2 base hits so far on the day. We had the first hit of the game.
A little bit of action in the bullpen as you just saw for the Beavers. We saw someone warming up for the Hoppers a moment ago, but they are since done and ready to enter the game, likely for Pierce Banks. But I wouldn't be surprised if Pierce comes back out for a 5th inning. He has been stellar. He's retired the side in order 3 different times in 4 innings. Here's a fastball outside to Matt Gehrig, who had the big swing. 2 balls and no strikes to Matt.
Yeah, Banks has been on a roll and been difficult to stop. The Beavers haven't had anything to answer besides that 1 base hit that was turned away by a double play. So
2-0 pitch, grabs the lower outside corner. Borderline right there as Ray Torres IV is able to snag that pitch and bring it back into the zone. Well done from the Beaver catcher. 2-1 to Gehrig is skied in the air, back out of play.
Yeah, he saw his job behind the dish. He got a pick he picked off Ruse of the Hoppers earlier in the game. Prevented some balls from going into the backstop.
Gehrig's going to flick one out to left center field. That's going to drop for a base hit. What a swing from Matt right there. He was fooled on that off speed coming in at 77, and he stays back on that back foot, keeps the bat through the zone, and drops it in the gap. That's a big piece of hitting, and he's 2 for 3 tonight.
Hey, it was kind of like a half swing you saw right there. Just was kind of debating if he was going to go for it or not. He pulled it out and got rewarded there with a 2-out base knock.
Yeah, I mean, that's really good stuff from Matt Gehrig right there. I mean, just because he was fooled on the off-speed pitch and was able to hang on long enough to get some barrel on it. So 2 gone, a base runner now for Brian Schellbarger. He's got an RBI tonight, extended that Hoppers lead to 3-0 back in the 3rd on an RBI ground out. Pichardo starts him out 1-0, and a tap foul back to the screen. Puts the count at 1-1. So likely the last inning of work for Julian Pichardo as we saw some bullpen work for the Beavers. And I'm not sure about Banks because we saw a little bit of action. Like I said, wouldn't be surprised if he's out for a 5th inning. He's been so great. Pichardo leaves the ball low and inside. 2-1 now to Schellbarger, who has played right field all day for the Hoppers. As you said earlier, he spent his time at University of Akron. He's a 4-year guy there and contributed a lot to that team in the MAC.
Yeah, just a really talented player in his college days.
Schellbarger to right center field. This ball's got some carry, but will die in the gap. Coming over to make the catch is Bramden Perez, and that will end the frame. 2-out base hit from Matt Gehrig is all for the Hops. We go bottom 5. It's 3-0 Eastside over the Beavers on the USPBL network.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and reset our life around zapping stuff and cheering for stuff with your friends. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
And what do you know? Pierce Banks is back on the mound for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. He has had himself quite the day. Just 1 hit allowed. No base runners left on base because of that double play back in the 3rd. And Alex, let's talk about Pierce and his ability to really impress in this league. He's already been signed once out of the USPBL. He's trying to do it again this year. Yeah,
he's been trying to get back on track, and he's making a really good impression here to start this 2024 campaign. He's had a couple of strikeouts, a lot of contact, in the air, with a lot of routine fly ball outs, but he's got a little bit of a mix with some ground ball outs in there as well. But he's just been really making a statement to get back to the minor leagues, and he's been there before, and not giving up on himself and just trying back up again and trying to get himself another chance.
Ray Hilbrick takes the first pitch out to right field. Coming in, Schellbarger, he's going to field it on 1 hop. 1 pitch, 1 base hit. Ray Hilbrick, his 2nd hit of this doubleheader. He had a double back in game 1. It's the first time he's going to reach in this game.
Yeah, just a line drive play. Dropped right in front of Schellbarger. I don't know what you could really do about it there, but was a good job there by Schellbarger to not let that one go by him.
Yeah, that's a good point right there. If that sneaks by Schellbarger, that's 2, maybe 3 bases for Hilbrick. Christian Ortega had a sac fly in game 1 en route to a 2-1 victory over the Hops. And right now it's all east side and a swing and a miss at a fastball high to Christian.
And Ortega got one of the RBIs like you mentioned, and another returning piece to the Beavers that we're going to be seeing out here throughout the course of the season. And
It's a spiked fastball from Banks that gets away from Whit Hughes. Easily down to second, jogging is Ray Hilbrick. So a man in scoring position here for the Beavers, and like you said earlier in this game, no lead is safe against either one of these teams, but at 3-0 right now, you could easily chip away and come back in this game. There's limited innings to be had, obviously, because we're playing 6 here in this doubleheader, but you could have a big 5th inning, maybe take the lead. You never know.
Yeah, game's not over until it's over. So,
yes, sir.
You got 6 outs remaining if you're the Beavers. And
here's a high pop-up on the infield. Calling for it is Marcoux, and he makes the catch with 2 hands.
Make that 5 now after that pop-out catch. But, like we said, we saw that with the Unicorns last night. They had 4 outs remaining. It was in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Yep.
They got a 2-out rally and then able to tie it up a couple batters later. And then all of a sudden, then they forced extra innings, and then they won the game. So you never know what's going to happen here, especially in these early games here in the season.
E.J. Dasco struck out swinging his first and only time at the dish today. Swings at a breaking ball low, 0-1. And this is how you know Pierce Banks is doing a great job today. He's only given up 2 hits, but this is only EJ's second at-bat. He's batting in the 6th spot, and this is his second at-bat, and we're in the 5th inning. So sitting them down in order and quickly has been Pierce on the mound. Here's a fight swing the other way, chopped on the ground to Marcoux. Underhand toss to his pitcher Banks, advances the runner to third, but a little half swing there from Dasco advances the runner, but he's out.
Yeah, it was hit really softly there too, so it was just kind of like a whisper right there, but able to get Dasco out. Was Marcoux over to his pitcher Banks, able to get him over to step on the bag for the out, but now trying to keep the Beavers off the board here in this game.
The only other man with a base hit today for the Beavs is Max McClennan in the box. 2 gone and a runner 90 feet away, trying to chip into a 3-0 deficit. Strike 1 on the inside corner. At 89 miles an hour again from Banks. He has not lost any velocity all day long.
There's no sign of slowing down in this 5th inning.
The 0-1 is flicked out of play. Quickly 0-2 to McClennan. As you said, played his college ball at University of Michigan Dearborn. He's a product of Warren. Went to Warren Mott High School.
And U of M Dearborn, a relatively new program in the baseball department, starting up in the 2017-18 season, played in the WAC. A lot of guys from that conference have played there over the years. We have guys from Madonna on the Woolly Mammoths. We have guys from all over the place. Concordia, Rochester over the years.
Another defensive swing there from McClennan as he spoils another pitch on the outside corner at 90 miles an hour. It's continuing to rise here for Banks. Breaking ball is floated out to right field. Schellenbarger coming in. He's going to have to field it on a hop. Beavers strike here in the 5th inning. RBI base hit for Max McClennan. He's 2 for 2 today. And besides Ray Hilbrick, the only success against Banks has been with Max McClennan today. Nice swing.
Yeah, good job there. Just blooped it into right. Did a really good job throughout his college days. Continuing up here today. Just want to be able to make himself known here and get the Beavers on the board. And now, with it being a 2-run game, you now have the tying run coming up to the plate. And
yeah, Ryan Kotke's going to come out, and he will make the move to the bullpen. Banks wanted to get out of the frame right there as he had 2 outs, but a clutch base hit from Max McClennan gives the Beavers a run. For the first time in this game, they were only able to score 2 in game 1, and now they're trying to fight back in this one late. And Pierce Banks, he's done for the day. We will introduce the new man on the mound in just a moment when we come back. 3-1, Hoppers lead by 2 now after a Max McClennan RBI base hit to right field. This is your home for USPBL baseball. We'll be right back.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
I'm Anthony Tomey, CEO of Tomey Group, and we're one of the largest Jimmy John franchisees in the country. With 50 Jimmy Johns and over 700 employees, it's a challenge to manage operations. What could possibly go wrong with owning 50 Jimmy Johns? People don't show up, equipment fail, run out of bread, no tomatoes, we need onions. Many different things can happen. Tryon allows us to really focus on the food and the operations of the restaurant.
And that's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
So as Pierce Banks' day ends, Caleb Rush, his night starts. Rush at 6'6", 240. He's 23 years old, coming out of the University of Charleston, where he spent 3 years playing. And he's ready to get the final out here in the 5th and maybe move on to the 6th. End of the day for Pierce Banks, who went 4 2/3 innings, gave up 3 hits, 1 run, no walks, and 2 strikeouts. A lot of soft contact from Pierce Banks on the mound. He was great.
Yeah, really good performance for Banks. No, allowing only that 1 run, but he was in control throughout his performance, and a good start for him this season. And now turns it over to Caleb Rush. It's going to be a really hard thrower coming in at that stance at 6'6", 240.
He's already clocking in at 92 miles an hour on the first 2 pitches. That right on the outside corner. Torres doesn't know what to do with that one as it just paints the black. It didn't look like much of a strike at first, but that ball whipped right back in on the corner. Nice pitch from Caleb. It's 0-2.
And making himself known here.
The 0-2 pitch. Same spot, but a little bit high and out, so it'll be 1 ball and 2 strikes. Torres grounded into a double play his first time. That was back in the 3rd inning. And he's trying to continue this rally that Max McLennan kept going with a 2-out RBI base hit. The 1-2. That's going to get over the head of Torres, behind the catcher Hughes, and down to second on a wild pitch goes Max McLennan.
Yeah, puts that runner in scoring position. Torres is the tying run at the plate right now, so if you're able to try to get at least another run in.
And that was just a fastball, or sorry, an off-speed pitch that was gripped maybe a little bit weird right there and just came out of the hand. Not something that happens very often to Caleb on the mound. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with the runner at second base. Swing and a miss. Torres goes down swinging, and a big out for Caleb Rush to finish out the 5th frame. Beavers get a run off the bat of Max McLennan as he drops one into right field to score Ray Hilbrick. We go to the 6th. It's 3-1. Eastside still controls over the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. We'll be right back.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
Top of the 6th inning. It's the final inning of action, depending if we have a tie game or not going into it. But Alex Johnson, alongside myself, Tom Cavanaugh. We have a new man on the mound for the Beavers after 5 innings from Julian Pichardo, who gave up 3 runs, all of them earned. He struck out 3. And now it's Andrew Verbrugge. Alex, tell us about Andrew.
Well, Verbrugge is coming back here once again. He's back in for another season here with the USPBL. He's actually in his 4th year with the program, with the league, coming from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Spent his college days over at Hillsdale College in the GMAC. Went to Byron Center High School. Looking at his stats from last season, he had played double time. He started off the beginning of the year with Coach Kottke and the Hoppers, and then moved over to Coach Dabrowski's squad in the Beavers. And then just take a look at his stats, from the first half of the year and then over in the second half. When there's 8 appearances with the Hoppers, he had 24 in the 3rd innings pitched, 20 strikeouts, 25 walks, did allow 18 earned runs, so it was a little bit of a difficult situation, but then tried to become a little bit better when putting on a new uniform over at the Beavers. He had 8 appearances over there and was as much of a starter for Coach Dombrowski. 7 of those 8 appearances were starts. Had a little bit of a better numbers, 30 strikeouts, 21 walks, 16 earned runs. But he's a guy with a lot of experience, a veteran guy, going to help out the bullpen and the pitching staff tremendously for the Beavers. And Coach Dombrowski does a really good job with not just the pitchers, but his entire program.
And Verbrugge coming in at 6'5", 200, similar to what we just saw from Caleb Rush. Because these guys are both so tall, that plane of the baseball and the angle that these hitters are seeing that ball at is completely different and a lot tougher. First pitch is a fastball high and outside to Ben Ferguson. It'll be Ferguson, Roos, and Hughes here in the 6th.
Another chance here for the Hoppers to get a run back after allowing one there in the last half inning off Max McLennan.
That's a sweet breaking ball that snaps in on the outside corner to even the count at 1 apiece. That's a very high spin rate. Shout out our lead baseball analytics executive, Devin Wiles. There's a ball off the plate, just a tad, 2-1, but he's given us all the information on pitch speed, exit velocity, spin rate as well. And on a pitch like that, that breaks a good several inches. You got to take a look over there.
He's been toning his craft right there. He has a lot to the table. From looking at it, he has a 4-seam fastball, 2-seam, his secondary pitches, curveball, changeup, and slider that he'll mix in as well. So he's a seasoned guy with a lot of tools.
He's trying to work back. Sorry about that. It's 3-1, and he walks the leadoff man, Ben Ferguson. So Verbrugge, he had that sweet breaking ball right there, but couldn't find the strike zone. Other than that, his fastball seems to be fading away towards his throwing hand. So this couple pitches here could get close to Zeb Roos if one does go haywire and stays on that arm side run. Roos tonight, he's 1 for 2 with a base hit and a fly out. This ball's pulled across to the other batter's box and past Torres. He's going to throw down anyways, and he's out. Ben Ferguson nabbed at second base. Raymond Torres, the 4th, just threw out his 2nd runner of the afternoon. That's what I was talking about earlier, Alex. That ball ricochets off the backstop, which is not far at all, and a late jump from Ferguson has time for Torres to throw down. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. And Torres able to pick that up and just fire it down to get Ferguson out. Ferguson thought, no problem. I'm just going to get to second base easily. But just because of the shortened backstop and how really tight it is, it just gives catchers an advantage once it ricochets back off to them.
And for the rest of these teams watching tonight, not just the Hoppers, but also the Mammoths and the Unicorns, if Raymond Torres, the 4th, is catching behind the plate for the Beavers, you better think twice about running, because that is the 2nd time he has canned a man down at second base with an awesome throw right on the money. And he's saving his pitchers right now after a few walks and maybe a base hit that happened earlier to Banks. There's a slider on the lower outside corner for strike 2. It's even now at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Just good work here by Torres here tonight, and he caught another guy picking off earlier in the game.
There's a flare out to right field, sliding in and making a diving play, sliding on his towards his feet first. Heck of a play in right field from Ray Hilbrick. 2 gone. Wow.
Yeah, this one looked like it was going to drop in, but not so fast as Ray Hilbrick taking a base hit away from Roos. Well, that's a veteran type play out there, known for his bat, hitting for contact, but he's a guy, has been going around playing DH, now playing right field for game 2, making that hustle play.
Whit Hughes is 1 for 2, and he takes a fastball high and inside that rides near the shoulders. And we talked about the different intangibles that qualify you to be able to get a call for a minor league contract, and stuff like that right there from the hard-hitting Hilbrick. As you said, won a batting title last year. Check swing from Hughes makes it 1-1. But also, if he's going to make plays like that, sliding feet first, little backhand sliding play, those are the type of plays that show you can compete at the next level.
Yeah, absolutely. You need everything you can to showcase yourself and make yourself marketable. Yeah.
Swing and a miss from Hughes at the ankles makes it 1 ball and 2 strikes to the Hoppers catcher. Beavers are going to bat in the bottom half of the 6th and try to make a comeback and win the ball game. Swing and a miss from Hughes and a strikeout for Andrew Verbrugge. He walks a man, but Raymond Torres throws him out at second and retires the next 2. We go bottom 6. Beavers going to try to tie it up, send it to extras, or win it. This is your home for USPBL baseball.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
Fifth Third Bank. Yeah, it's a quirky name. But here's the thing. 5/3 equals 166.7%. So we put 166.7% into everything we do. Like automatically getting you your paycheck up to 2 days early. Giving you well-deserved extra time to avoid overdraft fees. And helping you borrow from your future self. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
Last chance here in the bottom of the 6th inning for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. They trail 3-1 here from Game 2 of our doubleheader. It's been a great day of USPBL Independent League Baseball here from Utica, Michigan at Jimmy John's. And alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh. We've seen some great games, and they've all been close over the last couple of days. We got to see a great 9-inning bout yesterday, and earlier today a 2-1 victory for the Beavers. Hoppers trying to split it right now and close it out here.
Yeah, they're really trying to do so here. It's been a good weekend of baseball. Couldn't have asked for anything better, Tom, and it's been a lot of fun. I know for the fans coming back out here, for this opening weekend of the 2024 season, and Caleb Rush trying to close the door here.
And Rush got a big strikeout to finish out the 5th inning with a runner in scoring position, I should say. But he's going to face the 9-1-2 hitters here in the 6th. Peyton Schubert will start, followed by Ben Wilcoxon and Bramden Perez. That's barring any pinch hitters that we might see, but that's the scheduled 3 to start against Rush. Caleb sets at the chest. His first pitch fastball is grounded up the middle. It's going to be a play for Bailey Martin on the run. Throw to first. 1 pitch, 1 out. Heck of a play from Bailey Martin going across his body on a little on-the-run throw.
Yeah, able to do that really nicely. Just took a couple of hops. Martin able to charge that over there to his first baseman, Marcoux. And I like the aggressiveness by Schubert, seeing the first pitch he sees, going after it. But you just also have to be mindful of the situation where you're at, but to take away an out. So
it'll be Ben Wilcoxon, who's 0 for 2, and a first pitch gets a piece of Whit Hughes behind the dish. Veteran home plate umpire Tim Heigel's going to give Hughes a second. Throwing that ball back and a clean off the plate. You always see that. There's a great relationship between home plate umpire and catcher that a lot of people are unfamiliar with just because it's between those two. But a lot of times when the ball either deflects off the shoulder or the thigh of the catcher, the home plate umpire does little extracurriculars to make sure that he gets some time to rub it off.
And absolutely have to have that. Just be able to talk with him before the game, just to know him, for a brief second. And able to get what you need. Need a new ball or call a timeout. So,
yeah, it's all about relationships if you're a catcher. I mean, everywhere else on the field, but the catcher, you interact with those officials at all times because they're right behind you. And there's conversations that are had throughout the game, which really help to both of those points. But Caleb Rush delivers a breaking ball for strike 2, and Wilcoxon is down 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rush looks down at his feet as he sets. Delivers a fastball at 90. That's fouled away. Nice defensive swing there from Wilcoxon to stay alive.
And you have to do in this situation. The Beavers need some base runners here.
Bramden Perez waits on deck right behind Wilcoxon. He's got a pair of flyouts today. 1-2 from Rush. In the dirt, blocked up by Hughes as it bounces away. Fans tomorrow, join us at 1:05 p.m. Myself, Tom Cavanaugh on the call, Alex Johnson as well. We're going to be covering that game, as you said, Alex, rematch between the Unicorns and Mammoths. We'll be on the pregame show just before 1 o'clock. Catch us then here on the USPBL Network on either YouTube or Facebook Live.
Yeah, it's going to be a great game tomorrow afternoon, Tom, and also going to be Bark in the Park for fans coming to the game. Bring your dogs out to the ballpark for some Sunday matinee baseball.
Rush has now worked a 3-2 count against Ben Wilcoxon, who needs to find a way on. Beavers down by 2 and down to their final 2 outs. Fastball high at the eyes. Nice at-bat from Ben Wilcoxon. It's 1 on with 1 out after the base on balls.
Just a really good at-bat by Wilcoxon. Just being really disciplined at the plate, not going out on anything, knowing the situation at hand. He now forces the tying run at the plate in Perez, and you want to be able to keep the train going if you're Perez, because you got Bolin right behind you, then Hilbrick, and then Ortega. That's your heart of the order for the Beavers, and you want to be able to get to those guys.
And that's why Ben Wilcoxon is in that number 1 spot, because he's able to have a lot of discipline. Swing and a miss from Bramden Perez, goes down 0-1, but finding any way on base, being able to foul off a couple pitches, draw a walk, float one out to right field, or hit the ball hard in the gap. He does it a totally myriad of different ways. Here's the 0-1. It's fouled away, now 0-2. 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Eastside. 1 run, 3 hits, no errors for Birmingham Bloomfield. Hoppers trying to become 1-1 on the season after losing 2-1 earlier today in our first game of the doubleheader. On Mental Health Awareness Night. Swing and a miss on the 0-2. Perez goes down on a fastball high.
Yeah, chased him upstairs. Caleb Rush going out there at 90 miles an hour at the fastball, and Perez, I thought that was maybe in the strike zone, but going to be sent down here now. 1 more chance here for the Beavers. Going to be Malik Bolin.
Post game, and then I'll thank all you guys and end it. First pitch to Malin Bolin in the dirt, blocked up by Hughes. He keeps that runner Wilcoxon over at first. Beavers are down to their final out right now as Bolin stands in there 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a line out to third. Rush kicks and fires out of the set, leaves a fastball high and inside. 2-0 to Bolin. And he's going to be very deliberate with this at-bat right here. We saw Peyton Schubert go after the first pitch. Wilcoxon worked himself a walk, swinging at a few pitches. Perez went down on 3. And now Bolin up 2-0. He's going to try to work this count as long as he can. Here's a line drive, base hit into right field. Wilcoxon staying at second. And a nice sneaky base hit there past the runner. Wilcoxon has 2 aboard with 2 out. First hit of the night for Malin.
Yeah, going opposite way on that play and keeping the game alive for the Beavers. And you like that if you're Coach Dombrowski.
And as soon as I say he's going to take his time through the at-bat, he jumps on a fastball outside at 90 and pokes it into right field. So, I mean, I guess if you like the pitch, you got to go after it for sure. But it's going to be Ray Hilbrick, 1 for 2, scored on a RBI base hit from McLennan back in the 5th. Breaking ball set in for strike 1 down the middle.
Hilbrick had a single that started off the last inning.
Hilbrick almost checked his swing there, held the bat back. That's a breaking ball in the dirt at his feet. Evens up the count 1-1. Caleb Rush called on in the 5th with 2 outs to get the final out, and he's trying to complete a W here for the Hoppers. Here's a fly ball out to center field. This is going to be trouble. Calling for it is the shortstop, Martin, and he makes the catch. This ball game is over, and the Eastside Diamond Hoppers split the doubleheader here on a Saturday night on Mental Health Awareness Night. Big win for Eastside as Pierce Banks gets the W, and the save goes to Caleb Rush. 3-1 victory. Alex, we've seen a lot of tight, low-scoring ball games, and this was one of the better ones we've seen throughout the first couple of days.
Yeah, a good win here for the Diamond Hoppers in Game 2 here tonight, highlighted by Pierce Banks with an excellent performance. And now just closing it out was Caleb Rush to get for the final 4 outs of the ball game. But could have been a little bit of trouble right there on that last play, but Bailey Martin able to get into the mix of everyone out there in center field to make that catch and secure the victory for the Diamond Hoppers as both teams start off their season 1-1.
3 runs on 7 hits. Now for that Hoppers team, let's take a look at the standings. As Birmingham, Bloomfield, and Eastside both split that doubleheader you just saw. They are now 1-1 on the season. And we're going to see between Utica and Westside tomorrow who's going to be 2-0, who's going to be 0-2, or if they're going to be split up 1-1 as well. So we could have a dead tie all the way around at 1 win and 1 loss apiece. But we're going to wait till tomorrow at 1:05. Alex Johnson, myself, Tom Cavanaugh on the call for that one. It's going to be an awesome contest, bringing back both the Unicorns and Mammoths, who impressed us yesterday, and I think we're going to get a little bit more offense tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I think so. Now that, like I mentioned throughout the game, everyone's got at least a game in their back pocket, and now we're going to see how the Mammoths respond from yesterday, losing that lead and losing the game entirely and in a tough fashion. And then for the Unicorns, bringing that momentum heading into tomorrow, winning in walk-off fashion. How are you going to be able to keep that up heading into tomorrow?
I want to take a second to thank our entire production crew: Christian Jackson, Jeremiah Green, Jacob Maurer, Dom Minchella, Jackson Bickers, and our lead baseball analyst executive, Devin Wiles. From myself, Tom Cavanaugh, Alex Johnson, one final parting words is thank you so much for taking a listen to us today through both of our games on Mental Health Awareness Night. We saw some great baseball. It was low scoring, a lot of strikeouts, great pitching, some big swings, and the big swing of the day, I think we can say is our MVP, is Matt Gehrig with that 2-run shot back in the first inning.
Yeah, you really set the table up here for the Diamond Hoppers to secure them that victory. The first home run of the USPBL this season, so we're looking for more of those tomorrow. It's going to be a day game. It's going to be a different atmosphere with a lot of the sunshine and the weather, so we'll see how that goes. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow, Tom, and for a rematch of last night's thriller.
From Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh saying so long from Jimmy John's Field on a beautiful Saturday night. Your final scores 2-1 in Game 1 as the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers take it, and in Game 2 a 3-1 victory for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers to split the doubleheader. Thanks so much, everybody. Have a great rest of your night. We will see you tomorrow. This is the USPBL Network.